what is a startup? Anybody want to take a shot at this? And some of you who watch the videos might know. If anybody watched the video. Anybody want to guess? What's startup? Go ahead. Okay, so an idea, right? Idea stage, developing a business model. Okay. Anybody else? I know it's tough. We say it all the time. Stefan? Okay, so a business that's just starting but has high growth potential. Awesome. So one of my mentors, I don't actually know him, but somebody that I look up to, who's the father of customer development, Steve Blank, he's actually made an attempt to define what a startup is. A startup is not a smaller version of a large business. It's a temporary organization that's searching for a viable business model, right? The difference between a startup and a business is executing on a proven business model, and a startup is still in search mode. So the point is, going through this program, you're not going to have all the answers. You're going to have tons of assumptions that you need to validate when you get out there and talk to people, but that's okay. It's natural to be in this search mode. The point of going through an accelerator program is to learn as fast as possible and move out of search mode so you can start executing and scaling your business. And this is kind of the framework that we've adopted, which was developed by Steve Blank, which is called customer development. So the search mode is all in this customer discovery and customer validation process and going through that loop. And the hope is once you get to product market fit and you have a must-have product, you can start executing and building a company. The biggest problem is most startups think they're here and they're like, okay, I need to invest in PR, I need to invest in marketing, but they haven't truly identified who their customers and what problems they're really solving for that customer. So how is our program structured? So we have a little bit of a different approach. We're not a 3-month turn and burn accelerator program like you might see a Y Combinator or a Techstars. We had to develop a program that works for this market, so we have more of a longer term incubation approach. So most of you guys are going to be in our build phase. So you're transitioning out of I just have an idea to I have a team, I have some sort of vetted concept or maybe some early prototype, right? So you're working on your product market validation, and then you're moving to the launch phase, and then ultimately to the grow phase where you're actually building a company. So this full process, the build program 6 months, our launch program is 6 months, but our companies are usually in there for 6 to 12 months. And then once you get to the grow phase, you'll be graduated from the program and become one of our alumni. And these are some of the things that we look for when we're placing our companies. So we'll get to this later, but as you present to our board next week on the 25th, they're going to be talking internally, is this a build company or is this a launch company? Because we've structured these 2 tracks throughout our program differently depending on which phase you're at. The 2 biggest criteria is in the build program, you don't have any customers yet, right? It's pretty easy to use that as a point, right? In the launch program, you have paying customers or you have paid pilots. And the second thing is, as we were talking about before, you don't really have any customer validation yet. You might have a little bit, you might have talked to some people, but it's not enough for you to move forward. That went really far. And in launch, you have objective customer validation or you have product market fit, right? So how does it work? So this is a simplified version of the process that you'll be going through every 2 weeks in this loop. So we'll go through a workshop, right? You guys will watch a video, go through a workshop. You guys will get out of the building, you'll apply that learning, you'll talk to customers, you'll talk to partners. You're going to give a progress update, see if you guys need any help. So we'll have a momentum session on the following week. And then that following Friday, you guys are going to come into a setting like this here and give a quick update presentation to the group and to the mentors and say, this is what we were assuming, this is what we've learned, and this is what we're going to be doing moving forward. And right after that session, you're going to go into office hours, which is a strategy session with your mentors. And then they're going to be doing a whiteboard session with you to get you prepped for the next 2 weeks. And it's rinse and repeat every 2 weeks. So you guys are going to be moving fast through this process. And we're going to be going through different modules throughout the program. So like I said, the build program is all about validation. And what it looks like on a week-by-week basis is that there's 8 modules that we've adopted for our curriculum. So you guys are going to be going through this process of validating assumptions within each one of these modules throughout the program. And this will give a framework for us and your mentors to work with you as you progress through the program. The mentors are there to help you solve these just-in-time challenges as well. But throughout these modules, we're going to be making a hardcore focus on making sure that you understand what you have to be solving during that 2 weeks. Does this make sense so far? Cool. So the launch program, like we said, is all about execution. So with our launch companies, we've structured the program a little differently. We've created a Launch Academy series, which touches on each one of these 5 topics. And this is more of a monthly series, right? So each month you'll come in, each session will be led by an expert, and you'll do a half-day workshop on each one of these topics. The point of progressing through this is at the end of month 5, the companies that make it through the Launch Academy, we will start prepping to put in front of our investor network, right? And the investors, we've been adopting this not just for our sake, but this is something that investors are going to be looking for through their due diligence process. So they come to us because they know that the companies that they're getting introduced to through our program are not just some random people that they're trying to grab coffee with, right? These are companies that understand what they need to do and that they're at the right point to take on the right type of investment. And they also have certain things, certain deliverables that those investors are looking for. So what do you guys have access to? Most people say, okay, Tampa Bay Wave, you guys provide space, right? You guys are sitting in it as members of the program. You get 6 months access throughout the life of the program to basic co-working, and we hope that you guys use the space, share the space, or bumping elbows with each other, because that's where a lot of the magic happens, just with those natural collisions. But outside of the space, we have an awesome team of mentors that will be getting down in the trenches with you, and then an extended mentor network of subject matter experts that you can connect with if you have certain questions on legal issues, on accounting, on communications, whatever it might be. We mentioned our investor network. We have an awesome network of partners to help you guys build your startup faster, cheaper. We have pitch coaching. We have funding coaches who will help educate you on the fundraising process when you get to that point. And we also have a lot of press and media support, so then when you guys do launch, we can help through our extended network get you guys more visibility in the community. So this is just a snapshot. These are not all of our mentors. You can go to our website and check all of them out. But these are some of the mentors that you would be teaming up with and who would be running by your side throughout the program. And this is not a number that we've made up, but it's proven that in the early stages of small businesses and startups, mentorship increases that startup's survivability 5 years out by 20%. So mentors are a critical role in this program. We like to brand ourselves as a mentorship-driven program. And one of those things is when you guys start the program, you're going to be going to a mentor matching day and try to find the mentor that is the best fit for you. We're not going to force you guys to get together. The onus is on you to identify the best mentor for you to run through the program with. We mentioned some of our partners. You guys might recognize some of their names. So some of these partners are service providers that can help do in-kind consultations or give you advice. And then we have partners like Amazon Web Services who give over $10,000 worth of hosting credits and customer service credits, so you guys don't have to worry about investing in the infrastructure, and you can use that money you have while you're bootstrapping to acquire customers and build products, right? So who are we looking for? So we're looking for entrepreneurs that are like this guy. So we are, like I mentioned before, we're a support organization. We can't build your startup for you. What we can do is help get you to that point of success faster, but you're going to get what you put into this program. And for example, if you are supposed to be meeting with a mentor, but you don't reach out to that mentor, they're not going to necessarily reach out to you and grab you by the hand. The onus is going to be on you to make as many connections as possible. We have an incredible network here. Show up and put all the effort into what you're doing, and you guys will get a lot out of this program. So the ultimate outcome for the program, like I mentioned before, we're not a Y Combinator, we're not a Techstars. We're not going to sit here and say you guys are going to get a $2 million investment as soon as you get out of the program, which is something you might read in the news that's happening on the West Coast, which is romanticized in the first place. But what we can promise is by going through this program, you guys are going to have a whole new level of confidence. And that confidence is going to come from being surrounded by your peers who are doing something almost as irrational as you guys are doing, right? Because it's tough. The confidence is going to come from going through this process and knowing that you have built a must-have product, and it's not just this nice-to-have thing. And you've heard from potential customers and paying customers like, hey, I could use this thing. This thing is very helpful to me. You guys are going to walk away with those connections that I was talking about before in our community that'll help you get there faster. And then you guys will, hopefully, the point of this program is to have customers. You'll have a session with Larry Sledge later talking about fundraising, and a lot of people come into this program and saying, I'm in alpha, I just need an investment, my problems are solved, right? The thing to remember there is investors don't care unless you have customers, right? So we want to help you guys get to customers as fast as possible so you have that much better of a chance when you start approaching investors at some point, or if you guys are just trying to bootstrap this thing, you just build it off of customer revenue, because customers are some of the best investors you can have, right? So I try to do that as efficiently as possible. This is the agenda. Does everybody have an agenda for today? Cool. Okay. So we have 5 pretty high-intensity workshops. You guys are going to be moving around a lot. Please, 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 throughout all the sessions, interact as much as possible. Ask questions. This is not meant to be a lecture series. We want you guys really being as curious as possible, and interacting with each other. So throughout the sessions, I'll be around if you guys have any questions, and the instructors, the facilitators are here to help you guys learn as much as possible. So to kick us off, we have invited Mr. Mark Swanson, who is the new chairman for the Tampa Bay Wave. Mark has a lot of entrepreneurial experience growing businesses and advising startups, and I wouldn't do justice introducing him, so I'll have him introduce himself. So please let me welcome Mark Swanson.
All right. All right. Welcome to the program here. How many first-time entrepreneurs do we have out there? Raise your hand. How many second-time entrepreneurs? We got any third-time entrepreneurs? Any fourth-time entrepreneurs? All right. Well, that's good. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about my background, and then we'll talk about who you are. So I'm actually grew up in Tampa Bay, went away to college, spent some time in the military, and then started my first business about 23 years ago. And I've since started several businesses, but 6 of them have been multi-million-dollar startups. I've sold 4 businesses. One's gone out of business, and I still own one of them. And I'm in the process of, actually, I can say I've started 7 businesses. So I started another one a couple weeks ago. I just finished up an earn-out. Some of you might have heard of Televations, the local companies. Sold it to Bright House. And 4 of them have been venture-backed startups. I've raised probably about $80 million, so I'm old now, and I got a lot of experience doing this. So that's who I am from a career perspective. Obviously, it doesn't tell you who I am from a personal perspective. But I'd like you to think about who you are. A lot of people, everybody says you're a product of your experiences, but ultimately you are what's between the 2 earlobes. About 2 billion neurons connected by over, I guess, a couple trillion synapses. So we're all the electricity between our ears. And that's an important thing. I'm going to give you two quick stories here, talking about who you are, because who you are is more important than what you are. 30 years ago, everybody thought the brain was pretty static, and if you were born kind of stupid and lazy, then you'd end up stupid and lazy. But what science has shown us over the last 30 years is that the brain is almost unbelievably plastic. Plasticity means that we have the ability to shape ourselves. So if you think about the statement, who you are is basically your brain shapes who you are. But I think more importantly, who you are can shape your brain and change your brain into what you want to become. So there's a good story. I've just finished a book, and one of the stories in it was by a woman named, it was about her, Barbara Arrowsmith. Anybody ever heard of her? Yeah. So Aerosmith Institute is in Toronto. And she was born in the early 50s, and when she went to school, they basically said she was retarded. She had a really difficult time with spatial concepts, couldn't tell time. She had a brain defect, and was put in some special programs and stuff, and basically right before high school, because she was actually had in some aspects of her brain, she registered over 99% in terms of brain power, but in other aspects, she was basically retarded. So, but she ended up being able to read, and through research and devising a bunch of exercises, she was able to change her brain into understanding spatial concepts. She had no concept, for example, of geography. She'd get lost in other people's homes. She'd get lost constantly in her neighborhood and stuff like that, and her parents would have to go find her. But she was able to change that and prove basically the neuroplasticity that we all now are just coming to realize that we can definitely change our brain. Myself, I guess 23 years ago, I was a very different person than I am today, and I would say I'm a much happier person, and I've been given the gift of losing my net worth by almost 2/3, or maybe more than 2/3, twice in my life. And I'm, when I say losing that, it was one through stock market investments in the dot-com crash, and the other through a bunch of real estate investments that I did when I moved here to retire at age 40. I moved to Florida and decided I didn't like retirement. But the second story is one of my own personal transformation. When you talk about starting a business, and you people like me get up here and they talk about all the success they've had. What you don't talk about is, and most people don't talk about, is all the failures and the issues that you've had in getting there, and all the many late nights and the ideas that you've had that totally don't work out and cost you a lot of time and money. But I think if you've read enough books and entrepreneurial stories, you know that the road to success is very bumpy, and it's not very linear. And what is often described as an overnight success takes many, many years and often just comes at random. There's another book I read called Fooled by Randomness, and it really makes a great thesis that says that most people's success is pretty much totally random. And I actually believe that. I don't attribute my success to anything really other than luck. But the way I define luck is probably different than most people. I define luck as where opportunity meets preparation. And if you are prepared and there's an opportunity there, then you just basically increase the percentage chance of your success. My second business that I started was very, very successful, and I attribute it to the failure really in my first business. Just I was one of those .com bubble guys. Took a company public at one point. I was amongst partners, but the company was worth almost $2 billion. And then about a year and a half later, it was worth about $100 million. But I mean, that's still good. But at the end of the day, luck is, in your business that you start, is all about timing. And timing has a lot to do with understanding when you should really make a bet and when you should kind of fold the cards. How many people play poker in here? Like, I think poker is a great game to play because I always look at your hand as the two cards that you have. It's like your business. The flop is the market, and you got to make sure if you have a product market fit. And I think that's one of the things we'll talk about here in your accelerator program, because I think that's pretty much everything. And when you do have that, I think I've gone all in a couple times on my businesses, and it's worked out. But at the point of going all in, you kind of know when you have a big success. So it sounds, hopefully it doesn't sound too foreign to you when I attribute a lot to success, but I think, and I applaud you for putting yourself in a program like this and changing the way the person you will ultimately become. But when the times and the cards flop and they don't work out against you and your business, because I think probably the chances are that at least half of your businesses that you're in here for won't succeed, is highly likely. But if you play the game enough and you get good at it, I think everybody will be very successful. And at the end of the day, I think that the one lesson that I would like you to take away from my little 15-minute talk here is that who you become is a lot more important than what you become. And by stepping on this journey, I think, in my opinion, there's no better life than the life of an entrepreneur. Should I ask anybody if anybody got any questions? Or I'm done. Any questions? No, that was by Barbara Arrowsmith. It was a book that referred to that book, The Brain That Changes Itself. I read the other book. I can't even remember the title. Maybe 6 months ago or something. But I do read a lot of books. When I started out, I think to your point, I do want to make this point. I am a big believer in reading and taking the knowledge of people that have gone before us and digesting little nuggets out of it. I started off my entrepreneurial career reading a book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and I would recommend that book if you haven't already read it. But I probably read a book every week or two, and I think there's a lot that can be digested from those. First of all, I've never sought to. I've sold 4 businesses, and I've never sought to sell them. I've always had people come to me and say, "Hey, I'd like to buy your business." so I'm happy in the business, and I think the best way to sell your business is not need to sell your business. That means it's doing well enough in an area that's a growth market that has enough potential. And then secondly, I don't really look back. I think there is a tremendous amount of freedom and joy at the beginning of starting a business, and optimism. I mean, it's to me, it's the most exciting part, because not knowing what lies ahead of you, to me, is the best thing ever, because it's like going on an adventure. Another book that I read at a young age, I was probably 15 or 16, was first I read The Hobbit by Tolkien, and then the trilogy, and I said, when I grow up, I want to just have all these adventures. That was kind of the lesson that I had out of that, and after my time was up, even in the military, I stayed in because it was one big adventure. I was overseas. I was selected as to form the first activating unit of Apache attack helicopters, and then I put my paperwork to get in, and then had an opportunity to go be a test pilot. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. and then I did that for 2.5 years, and said, well, I'd really like to go be an entrepreneur, and that's kind of what I had in my mind all the time. But Tolkien had a huge influence on my life. Just even though it was a complete fantasy fabrication, I wanted to be Bilbo Baggins or Frodo Baggins. All right. The first business, it was a pivot, but it was a college project. I had an idea of building a presentation software. It was like PowerPoint, but it allowed you to standardize presentations for sales forces and push them out. We started using CD-ROMs, but when I started the business, I was a software developer. I was at Georgia Tech at the time, and I wrote an FTP client. And you guys probably know what that is if you're in tech. And so that would automatically update presentations with new product content for distributed sales forces. This was in 1992, 93. I sold my first sale was to Bell South, to their corporate cellular sales force. But back then, not very few people had cell phones, and the corporations would deploy them to their sales forces to better sell, and so I wrote the software to do that. But the most important decision I made out of that business was in 1994, when I saw the internet coming, and I said, I got a copy of a web browser. It was pre-Netscape, if you guys remember Netscape. It was called Mosaic. It was a college project, and I proposed to Bell South, they were already an existing client, to build their first intranet using web pages. And I'll say I looked like a genius because I knew how to code HTML, and it's kind of like being I had one eye in the land of the blind, so everybody thought I was really smart, and I took advantage of that for about 3 years building websites, and I focused on Fortune 500 companies, and they had a lot of money. I mean, I tell people this and they can't believe it. I charge anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million to build a website. That's true story. So, what? No, you can't. No, but I left the business. We took that company public, and I said, there's no way this is going to last. So we had a small data center operation, and I written some software to auto-provision blade servers, which had just come out in 1999, pitched it to Intel and said, hey, you guys should really get into the flexible infrastructure business. They thought it was a good idea. So we did a joint venture with them, raised $50 million in cash, and then $10 million in credit from Intel. And then in 2002, they said, when the .com bust happened, and who uses Amazon Cloud today? It's all startups, right? So when all the startups went out of business, that was who was using App Genesis, which is what Intel and I did. And they said, this is a stupid idea, we're going to shut it down. So you think about it, why is Amazon the leader in cloud services? I mean, it really should be Intel. And so we had about a 3-year head start back then, but they didn't have the foresight to keep it going. So, all right, thanks.
Thanks so much, man. Awesome, thank you, Mark. So we're going to get started with our first session, and I do want to recognize Mark again. It's entrepreneurs like Mark in the community that you guys are going to have access to, and that they spend their time giving back and investing in you all, because you all are the next generation of breakout entrepreneurs here. So we're going to get the body moving. I know it's pretty cold on this side of the building. So Luke and Kaio from the team at Ridge are going to get our first session started. And yes, Luke is my brother, in case you guys didn't know. He just happens to be much better looking than I am. So we're going to get the first session started. And Luke, should we get everybody standing first? Do that in a minute? Okay. Okay, so we're going to get them set up, and we'll get our first session started, guys. Everybody still here, except for Kaio. Kaio went to go get the space heater. Claire? A few people are here, too. Okay, we'll wait one more minute. They probably just went to the bathroom. You picking me up, Akira? Get started? Okay. We're going to get started. We have about an hour for our session. We usually do sessions, our shortest sessions are usually 4 hours, so about a half day. So we're going to condense some stuff today into an hour. Really quick introduction. We're going to introduce ourselves, and then we're going to go into our 2 workshops for the day after we go over the overview of what's called the business model canvas. So I've been tasked by Jake to do a very brief overview of the canvas, and then get you guys energized. Does that sound good? It's freezing in here, so we're going to do some stretching, we're going to do some exercise, we're going to be up on the walls working, and so we want to at least spike your metabolism enough to get you through the rest of the day. So that's our job today, along with the coffee. So to get started, my name is Luke Filaramo. I'm a team leader here at Ridge. Our office is actually right on the other side. Founder Michelle is right in the back. Claire is our amazing graphic recorder, and you'll learn more about that in a second. I am a head facilitator, and Kyle, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Kyle, and today I'm here to help.
Thank you, Kyle. This is from our services page on our website. Everything we do is visual, so I can throw out a bunch of buzzwords to you guys, explain what we do, but I think it's better that you see what we do. A lot of people don't really get the full value of what we do until they experience one of our workshops, one of our events, one of our live graphic recordings. So our 2 main services, that's me right there. There's Claire with the amazing bun on the back of her head. So visual facilitation is what you're going to experience today. It's in everything that we do when we do live events. So we use our visual tools, markers, you have some of them, Post-its. We use these large canvases, sometimes just sticky, larger sticky Post-it pads we're going to use today. Graphic recording is a live visual capture of content in a cohesive picture. So we do these at panels, we do these at conferences, we do these at live workshops. Some workshops are smaller like this for just C-suite executives. Some are large, such as the one we did here. We did this in Tallahassee. It was over 300 people at this event. So this is actually, this was one of the cooler events. This was Food for Us. It was a food sustainability summit in Tallahassee. So there was co-creators from all over the Tallahassee area, all over the nation actually, that came to one place to solve or to discuss the food ecosystem in Tallahassee. Really interesting. There's Michelle rocking the house. So this is one of our kickoff exercises that we do. Everybody's involved. Oh, did it turn off? I think it keeps going to the, yeah. So that's an example of what we do. We also, on the other slide, you'll see, once we get it back up, Claire is actually right on the side. She's doing a graphic recording of the whole event, of the speakers, so the keynote speakers. She's doing just feeling the energy in the room and recording spoken words and unspoken nonverbal words as well. I'm there, which you're going to see in a second as well.
I'm there to keep energy up. I'm there to facilitate certain workshops. So what we're going to do right now while Jake figures this out, I want everybody to stand up real quick. We're going to stretch. I'm going to put the microphone down right now. So one thing that we found that is very useful is that we sit down with people it's habit. We run those stuff in your body. So one of our mantras for our company is healthy wealth. We want to bring our best selves, healthy wealth. So we want to bring our best selves to the office every day or event to our clients every time. And one way we want to do that is by first focusing on that physiology. So in the mental quick, the first step to being the best is to talk about nutrition, how to do that. Not only talk about you, but not just about you. You got it. And we know not read for 2 minutes until you finish that training. So you want to do, we're going to do a couple sets. That sounds to me like a good exercise. But okay, we do it. Inhale up. Big exhale. Inhale up again. Exhale. Inhale up to the top. Exhale to the right. Do a stretch top step. Inhale up. To the other side. Inhale up. You can do it once. You're going to bend your knees. Keep your head down. Lower back foot. And back up. Inhale. And exhale down. You guys feel a little better? Good job. Kyle's going to go over the board. Very written on you, but we're just going to go into the time. Pretty simple. So Kyle's going to explain our introduction. So the order is known as welcome, the agenda, so what the agenda for today is, we're going to have an overview of the business model canvas, and I don't know if you have any other, yeah, it is, yeah, okay, and we also will have, we're going to be going over the workshop, the customer experience journey, and as well as working with the business model canvas. Our role here today, Yes, we have Luke, the solicitor of awesome, and we also have you guys who are going to be co-working with us, and as well as getting excited for the business model canvas and the customer experience journey. Our rules that we use and things that we generally use, our first rule that we always go by is to have fun. So we always have fun in meetings. And our second rule that we're going to go off is to use, let's say, yes and instead of but. Because when you make things after but, yeah, and then also build some positive thoughts. So remember the reason why you guys did that. If anybody wants to add a rule, but that's good. Anybody want to add a rule? You can do leave your cell phone anywhere on a laptop here, so it's fine, but you use your cell phone. We just want to focus as soon as power, so step out of it and just go back into the environment. That would be good. Yeah, and the last rule is we all want to have fun. So the primary objective here is to get you guys energized and ready for the next workshop during the day. And we're going to give you guys as much energy as possible, and also we walk you guys through a little bit of what the business model canvas is, which will give you guys okay, so over to your package to the first page. Yeah. And Jake's going to have the PowerPoint up in a second. So the first page, so everybody here's business model. I'm sure you've heard of the business model. Who's heard of the business model canvas? Okay. Anybody read the book Business Model Generation by Dr. Osterwalder? Great book. I recommend it as a resource because we're just going to be brushing the surface here. But it's about a 300-page book, maybe more.
If you want to deep dive, I'm sorry? It's Business Model Generation by Alex Osterwalder. And we'll be sending you this, the actual deck and resources to all you guys afterwards, so you have all those tools. And who here watched the Strategizer videos that Jake sent? Awesome. Wow, that's impressive. Everybody watched them. I was expecting one hand. So that's great. So I would suggest to revisit those after this to get a deeper understanding of the business model canvas. But it does a really great job of overviewing how to use the canvas and customer development and all that. So the definition of a business model, according to Alex Osterwalder, the author, a business model describes the rationale of how an organization creates, delivers, and captures value. Okay? And the business model canvas is basically, it's the tool or the shared language for describing, visualizing, assessing, and changing business models. So this is the tool that we're going to be diving into today. We're not going to do the whole canvas. We're going to focus on only about 2 or 3 blocks today in the interest of time. But if you open up to your next page, there is the business model canvas. You can see, has anybody built the canvas before? Okay, awesome. Great job, guys. And so there's 9 blocks. The right side of the canvas is considered the value side. The left side is considered the infrastructure side. So what we're going to be focusing on today is the right side. We're going to be focusing on the customer segment, which is the furthest block on the right. We're going to talk briefly about the value proposition, which Travis and Tim in the other workshops are going to be diving deeper into. So we're going to do a quick brush of that. And we're going to talk a little bit about channels today as well. How are we doing, Jake? Got it. Perfect. So we're just going to get the deck up here. Perfect. Thank you so much, Jake. Plug it in. Beautiful. Okay. I got it, Jake. Hold on. That's me stretching with the groups. That's what you guys just did. Everybody loved it. This was the 300 plus group. Some people are a little uncomfortable when we do stuff like this, but that's okay. There's Claire. Look at her. So this is the graphic record. Look at this. So she's capturing live in front of everybody on this huge foam core board what's going on in full color, and these get turned into digital high-res images that could be used. She does post-production work, and it could be used in any type of marketing collateral, T-shirts. It gets turned into a lot of different things. Those are oars that Kyle went over. That's what it kind of looks like graphically. And here we go. So we're going to go a brief overview of each of the building blocks. So first, customer segments. An organization serves one or several customer segments. It seeks to solve problems and satisfy customer needs with the value propositions. Value propositions are delivered to customers through communication, distribution, and sales channels. Customer relationships are established and maintained with each customer segment. Pretty simple. Revenue streams result from value propositions successfully offered to customers. Key resources are the assets required to offer and deliver the previously described elements by performing a number of key activities. Some activities are outsourced because you can't do everything yourself, so we have key partners. And then the result of the whole canvas results in your cost structure. Okay, very brief, pretty simple. Those are the 9 building blocks. Now, before we get started, I want to touch on one more thing. I think it was really important, and Jake brought it up. I didn't even know he was bringing it up. The Charles Darwin adaptability aspect. Who here, has anybody heard of Ty Lopez? The guy who reads a book a day? That's what he's best known for? Okay. Over there? Okay. So I'm doing a course of his right now, and one of his foundational frameworks, he talks about adaptability. And I think it's really important to just hone in on that concept, especially when we're talking about the business model canvas, because we're not using a static business plan anymore. We're using the canvas to be much more adaptable. If you don't adapt, you die. Okay? You want to be adaptability machines. In today's world, if it takes you, 6 months to innovate, you want to get it down to at least 3. You need to be quicker, and this is one of the tools that you can use to do that. All right? So let's see, next up, we have a quick example. I believe I included this in your packet, and this is just another way to look at the canvas from a case study perspective. So this is Apple iTunes slash iPod business model. So we'll go through this real quick. So their customer segment was mass market, and the value proposition they were bringing to their customers was a seamless music experience. Okay, they did this through the channels they brought to the mass market through retail stores, Apple stores, and through their website, apple.com. Their customer relationships included switching costs and love mark, which is unwavering brand loyalty. It's actually called a love mark. The revenues came from large hardware revenues and just some music revenues. Okay, so it was mainly the hardware revenues. Their key resources were people, the Apple brand, content and agreements, iPod hardware, and so their key activities based on those key resources were hardware design and marketing. Their partners were record companies and original equipment manufacturers, and their cost structure resulted in people, manufacturing, marketing, sales. Now this is a very, very simple example. You can dive a lot deeper into each of these segments, which we're going to do next, but this I think is a really good quick overview. Okay. Kyle, can you hit next on this computer? I got it. All right, perfect. So we're going to dive deeper into the 3 building blocks. First, customer segments. You guys can sit back down. We're going to have you up in another minute. So customer segments, I want you guys to write directly on here. Again, we're not going to do a deep dive right now, but customer segments. So I want you to think about, you might know this already, some people might know better than others, and that's fine. For whom are you creating value? Who are your most important customers? So many of you might have more than one customer. Just write directly on the page who are your customers, and I want you to select your top customer. We're going to have a couple people report out very quickly. So some categories of customers, you have mass market, you have multi-sided platforms, you have a niche market, but who are your customers? We're going to have a quick open sharing. Yeah, we have plenty of pens over here. Or markers. We're going to work very quickly, only about a minute on this. We are going to dive deeper into customer segments. This is just a sentence or two. It's like people know. People already have the pens down. And while you guys are still working, so the customer segments building block defines the different groups of people or organizations an enterprise aims to reach and serve. So customers are the heart of your business model. And because without profitable customers, of course, you cannot survive for very long. So let's see who's done, who would like to share. We only have a couple people share. Who's your customer? Explain the name of your, just say the name of your business and then your customers. Local Event Mat. Awesome. Okay. Do you have a specific example? Awesome. Very cool. And so the first would be your top segment? Okay. Yeah, because we're going to go into a workshop, so we might not have time to do all your customers. I would just choose your top segment. Okay. Anyone else want to share real quick who their customer is? Very briefly. One more. Come on, one more. Here we go. Very cool.
Our main customer is 50 plus, we certify randomly regions. We notify using 20 plus with 5
Very cool. More specific. Very nice. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. So keep those in mind. I would, if you have more than one customer, circle your top customer, because we're going to go into what's called the customer segment profile in a little bit. That's going to be our first workshop activity, and we're going to dive deeper into the customer's pains, gains, and jobs to be done. Yes. Mm-hmm.
people, and you take a work.
Yes, you can. Yeah. Yeah, and we could work through that with in the first workshop.
Well, I think you need to go out there today and make sure you think
Okay. Yeah. So I would choose the so you have the end user and
that. I
the.
think you need to written down, but there's a mark there.
Okay. Who are you designing for? Okay.
One will filter out the other, the other will.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I would just keep both. Okay. Next is the value proposition. So, what value do we deliver to customers? Which one of our customers' problems are we helping to solve? And what bundles of products and services are we offering to each customer segment? So, value propositions, it's the reason why your customers turn to your company over another company. It solves a customer problem or satisfies a customer need. And these values may be quantitative, so it might be price or speed of service, for example, or it could be qualitative. It could be design or customer experience. So I want you to take a few 30 seconds, write down first glance what you think your value proposition is to your customers. Also includes your products and services. So why would a customer choose your company over another company? It could be as simple as we get the job done, right? Some people it might be accessibility, convenience. Very brief, 1 or 2 sentences, 2 bullet points, 3 bullet points, another 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. All right. Who would like to share their value propositions? Again, just name your name, name of the company, and then your value propositions. You even mention your customers too. All right, Matt. Yes. Okay, the best price. So price is a. Okay. Very cool. Awesome. Great job. Chris? Tropoli. Tropoli. Okay. Awesome. Very succinct. Michelle. I'm interested to hear from Michelle. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to share real quick? Awesome. Okay. Okay. Very cool. Thanks for sharing. Awesome. Anybody else? All right. Last one. Lance. Oh, cool. Really? I actually have heard of you guys before, but I didn't know it was waterless. Very cool. And last one, I'm sorry, Mark. I saw you raise your hand. I know you wanted to get yours out. Yeah. Awesome. Good job. So in the interest of time, we're going to skip channels. Kyle, can you hit next slide for me real quick? Next slide. Right there. Perfect. Okay, we're going to move into our first workshop. I'm just going to mention the value proposition canvas. So we're going to be working here on the customer profile. So if you look at your canvas, this is a plug-in to the canvas. This plugs into the customer segment block. This plugs into the value proposition block. This is called the value map. We're not going to do too much work on here today, but you'll learn more about that later from Travis. He's going to be talking about product market fit. So we're going to be looking at the customer profile. So the customer profile is a more detailed view of your customer. We look at the customer, from the customer's perspective, what job they're trying to get done. We'll explain that in a little bit once we get set up. Their gains and their pains. But first, before we get into describing those segments and get you guys working, we need to get you guys set up. So when everybody stand up, we're going to be working in teams. If you're by yourself, you are your own team. We're going to be working, find either a window space, a wall space. We're going to be providing you with sheets of paper, and then we're going to get started. So find your own little space. It has to be somewhere where we can stick a big Post-it pad. So glass and this front board will work. So spread out across the room.
Kind of something like that is probably the first thing that I do.
So why would you disorganize your contract? What segment is it?
It's a find them when I need it to wake up with
Okay, so you can follow up quicker. Right?
Yeah, okay, sure. Couple more minutes, keep writing.
So what else are you trying to follow up quicker?
generating more business.
So it might be, yeah, so it's like sales, customer contact.
Everything will be supposed to be a better solution.
But that's the other part.
Personal.
You walk into a restaurant and you've seen this person. They have a name. This is Mike who runs a deli.
All right, 30 seconds, we're going to do another quick
So Mike wakes
round.
up in the morning and he gets out of bed, he puts his pants on like everybody else. If you can solve Mike's problem, there's tons of other Mikes out there, right? So don't treat Mike as a business, treat him as an actual person who's doing tasks. And just like us, like has these freaking frustrations throughout the day. So a pain for Mike might be even outside of the context of generating sales. Because the whole day he's not going through and saying, how can I get more customers? A pain for Mike might be scheduling his staff. Right? So this is to give you a map of the actual customer, and then we'll work later on seeing how your possible solution maps to those pain points. So don't get too blocked in thinking about, okay, that's a pain, but that's not really something that our solution is addressing directly. Just try to map out
So long, 30 seconds,
who this
15
person
seconds.
is. It could be. Yeah, these are just assumptions, so anything you think, you can just put it down and then we're gonna refine it. So. There you go.
A round of applause. We're not going to get to do this today because we're moving on to the next section of the boot camp. But I just wanted you guys to get a quick view of this. This is what's called customer experience journey. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of it. The next step that you guys can take, and this will be sent to you guys, is to map out from the customer's perspective how they experience your product even before they start using it. So we have need generation. How is your customer finding out about you. There is initial consideration. So how are they, let me see.
Yeah, so
As a customer, how do I weigh my options?
yeah, so as a customer, how do you weigh your options? For example, review the portfolio, calls channel partners, and then the next one will be the engagement. So as a customer, what is my contact with your company like? You know, in-person meeting, the phone call, how are you interacting with that customer? The next one is your evaluation. As a customer, how do I evaluate your organization's value proposition, right? So that's, you know, the looks over the proposal, you know, the calls for any question. Also, moving on to the next, we have the moment of purchase. So as a customer, how do I purchase specific products and services? You know, we have the statement of works, sign of the contracts, click to buy. Some of you brought that up. And then we have the delivery, your installation. So as a customer, how is your value proposition delivered to me? Training, the testing, the installation, and then wrapping up here, the usage. So as a customer, how am I provided with the post-purchase customer support once they start using your product and your service? For example, the cycle of bill, the proactive maintenance of whatever it is you're providing. And then after, as a customer, how am I re-engaged by your company? So that's the after experience.
So how do you get repeat business?
Right. So yeah. So we were going to dive deeper into this, but for the sake of time,
yeah. So you'll get this this slide and these resources. And if you guys have any questions, if you decide to map this out, well, here's a resource. We can help you think through that. I'll give you guys my contact information. We'd be more than happy to help you guys with that process. But other than that, you're on to your next workshop. So another round of applause. Great job. You guys move these out around, and you can take them with you afterwards. But Jake, go ahead.
All right, thank you guys. So
experiences or miserable failures, depending on how honest I am at the moment. When I sold my software company a few years ago, I decided to start mentoring and coaching around different venues in town. And I discovered that I really didn't know, I didn't have a clear vision of why I succeeded and why I failed when I did. And that really bothered me. I'm an architect. I have to have things known and solid and logical and sequential. So that really bothered me. So I started doing a lot of analysis of my career and what I didn't do, and all of that research and analysis and whatever ended up in my book. What I realized was that at the heart of a successful or failure business is a successful or failure product customer fit. Because basically you have a product, you don't have a customer, you got nothing. So you have to have a product that is what the customer wants to pay for. And that's what we're going to talk about. You're going to hear you're going to hear me say a lot of things that you've heard and will hear in the sessions that you've gone through. I have a tendency to say it a little more ground level, less academically, because I'm coming from 40 years of experience in doing this. All right, so let me, what I hope to do today is my interpretation of customer development process that hopefully you'll remember as you go through the rest of the program. We're going to talk about how to establish a product customer fit, how to determine if your product offers a compelling value. We're going to talk about how to get to an investor-ready point by proving that customers will pay. Investors aren't going to listen to you if you can't prove that you can develop customers. And we're going to talk about how to handle the customer interviews that takes assumptions from, gee, I think maybe, to, yeah, other people believe in it. There's a process to that. Let me tell you personal experience on why a customer or product customer fit is very important. Because if you create a product before you create a customer, you're screwed. This is Noah. I invented the Noah animated character technology about 10, 12 years ago. its basic use, it was very successful as an enhancement device for online training. And corporate customers used it. And it was a big hit. So I got all full of myself, and I said, well, let's put it on the websites so web developers can use it. So the animated character goes around, it points at things, it talks, you know, and it pops up images and does JavaScript functions and all sorts of cool things. So I spent a great deal of money, a great deal of time developing this thing. Only because I thought it was the coolest idea I ever had. We launched it, and nobody cared. We didn't sell diddly. And I was getting very worried about this. And I talked to a customer of mine on my other business, and he said, well, yeah, nobody wants to have a little character running around the website, talking, distracting everything. I said, why didn't you tell me that about $500,000 ago? You know? But anyhow, so I created a product before I created a customer for that product, which is really stupid. Takeaways from today, I hope, besides learning not to do that, is hopefully we'll come up with a roadmap to develop customers and product assumptions, and then we'll prove the viability of your assumptions by asking potential customers. Remember, they're not customers, they're potential customers. This is the research part of the canvas. Let me walk you through my, just briefly so you get context about the ACE methodology, which my book is based on. And that's three stages: assessment, confirmation, and execution. I'm going to triple this, I know. This comes from 40 years of trial and errors, of test and failure, and it's a process to develop, define, and validate the assumptions that you develop in assessment, and confirm in confirmation, and then execute the business when you have all of that proved. We're not going to talk about this much today, but I'm just going to throw it out. This is an important part. The first part is assessing yourself. Do you really have what it takes to be an entrepreneur? Questions like, are you an entrepreneur or are you an inventor? Do you have the passions and the values and the commitment and there's being able to do things that have to be done when you're really tired or distracted or really aren't enjoying it? All these things that go into being an entrepreneur, which is very important to understand and evaluate yourself. Second part, which is in part of what we're going to talk about today, is assessing the customer, understanding, building the profile that you all talked about. Who are they? Where are they? How do they get the information that they need to get to make a buying decision on the solution you're offering? How do you reach them? How do they have the problem? All the things you've all been talking about. There's a lot more to it. One important thing is, do they have an urgent need to solve the problem? We'll talk about urgency because that is a very important point. Then we talk in the book, we talk about assessing the business concepts to see if they make any sense. At the end of assessment, you come up with an initial set of assumptions. These are the ones you're going to test through research and then sales in confirmation. The definition is where you take all these assumptions and you define them and you work them through with talking to people in the research to see if they even have the problem, even if you can possibly create a product customer fit. And then the second part of confirmation, validated. Okay, I really think I got it done. Now I'm going to prove that with asking people to come with full money out of their pocket. That's sales. You come out of that with a set of proven assumptions, and you go into execution, which is where you really build the business and start the business. And then you exit the business, whatever your exit strategy is going to be. We're going to discuss these three: assessing your product and your customer, and the definition phase. What we're doing is we're generating assumptions, and then through research, talking to people, we're going to define the assumptions and turn them into something we can believe in. Big bottom line questions are, can we prove we can create a customer? That's a pretty important basic question. Do we have a product that a lot of people will buy? That's also an important question. I know you've probably heard product market fit a lot. I say product customer fit because I think a market consists of a bunch of people. And I'm kind of a simple guy. I think if you can't sell to one guy in the market, you're not going to sell to a bunch of people that are saying like that. So I like to visualize this whole thing as trying to go to one, a customer, not so much a market. Three critical questions that I come up with for product customer fit. And these are real important questions. Is there a real problem a lot of people have? Is there an urgent need to solve the problem? And does your product offer a compelling solution to the problem, to the point where you can create a motivated customer? A real problem is an important thing to think about because it may be a problem for you and your mother, or brother, whatever, but if there's nobody else in the world that has that problem, you're going to be in trouble. And I've talked to an awful lot of people who think that their product is so great because everybody has the problem they have, and I'm saying, well, nobody has that problem. Are you kidding? That's dumb. Nobody has that problem. A lot of people have. There may be 2 people in the world that have the same problem as you do. That's not going to make a business. You got to have a lot of people that have a real problem to make a business out of it. There's an urgent need to solve it. I'm going to discuss urgent a little bit in a minute. It's more important. And does your product offer a compelling solution? Well, you can have a real problem that a lot of people have, and they can have an urgent need to solve the problem, but your product could suck. Or somebody else who does it better. What was that? Jake?
No.
What happened?
Nervous.
Look at that. Okay, let me give you another perspective. I heard y'all talking about what the problem is. I got a little different perspective. I heard this a few weeks ago. Lowe's sold 10,000 quarter-inch drill bits last week. The question is, how many of those people really wanted quarter-inch drill bits? And the answer is none of them. What they really wanted was a quarter-inch hole somewhere. So your product is not in and of itself what it's all about. It's what it does for people. It's a tool. It's a solution, not a product. So there's common sense things to think about first. Without a strong product customer fit, there's no motivated customer. Duh. Without a motivated customer, you really don't have a product. Without a product, you don't really have a business. So unless you create a product customer fit that's strong enough, you really don't have anything to plan. Or I've seen founders come in with business plans like this, but they haven't proven anybody wants the product. So there's a logical sequence of things. Common sense, 2, is you are not your customer. Only the customer is the customer. Just because you think that people have a problem doesn't mean they do. It doesn't mean a lot of people do. It doesn't mean you're going to create a market. You may be the only one. That's why you got to investigate to find out if there is a bunch of them. If very few other people think there's an urgent need to solve the problem, you've got no business and no business stability. So the only way to find out how you stand when you evaluate your product in accordance to all this stuff is to find people and ask them. And we're going to go over how to ask them. 7 challenges: creating the assumptions that you're going to prove by asking people. Defining your customer, which is building your profile. You got to figure out how to find and reach your customer. Then you got the challenge is to ask them, do you have a problem and a need for a solution? Then you have to ask them, how urgent is the need for a solution? How big is the target market? You have to determine that. What's the solution worth? What's the value proposition? Is it strong or weak? And the seventh one sometimes is the hardest one. Have I really proven this enough to keep going? There's a lot of people, they say, yeah, this isn't too convincing, but I'm going to go ahead anyway. That's stupid. It's like I gave my son you can work hard at anything. If you can succeed at anything if you just work hard enough at speech, and he was about 8. Then he hits the wall and he said, what if you work really hard at something really stupid? Never forgot that. So, challenge number 1 is define your customer. Build your profile. Well, you've done a lot of this already, so it's not easy. Understanding your customer. Who is he? Age, occupation, demographics. Here's why you may not have thought of it. What are they doing when they have the problem and need? What's the environment and the influences on them at the point at which they think they need a solution? They could have a problem and need a solution in this environment, but you put them over there, they don't. It's important to understand what environment they're in when they make the buying decision. How intense is the problem is one component of urgency, which I'll again address in a minute. And you have to find out where they go to get information about the solutions to the problem that you think they have. There's more, but these are some big ones. So exercise number 1 on that wonderful page you have there is to sketch out what you think for your product are the answers to some of these questions. Jake? Or not Jake? Is there another copy?
Yeah, who needs one, Chris? Yeah.
What were you for, man? I was using the restroom. Said we can use the restroom. If they have to ask permission, like I'm in the bathroom pass. I do need a bathroom pass.
You're stuck in the hall, though.
I need a lemonade bathroom pass for today. Permanent usage.
We're just going to take a few minutes to do this. Second challenge is reaching your customer. Basically, how are you going to meet them where they gather, where they hang out, where at the place at which they're looking for solutions to the problem that you think they have? Where are they? What channels are you going to use to get to them in order to talk to them and try to verify that they have these problems and need a solution? Whatever. That's part of defining the customer profile essentially. And write that down on the next little space. How are you going to get to them to ask them if they have the problems that you assume they have?
Could you utilize a survey? Could you utilize a survey?
Sure. Well, that's if you know where you got to know where to send the survey in order to. Survey is a channel. That's a channel, right? You got to send it somewhere. Where is that somewhere? Because you're going to hear me say these things, 3 things about a gazillion times, so hopefully you understand. I'm just repeating it. Is there a real problem, and then do they need a solution? That's what you got to find out. And the process of doing that is you have to prepare to ask. You have to ask. And we're going to go over preparation and the process of asking in a minute, but this is the challenge, is to get ready to ask and figure out how to ask. We'll go over that. Level of urgency. I said it was a big word. It's a big word. To me, it's a big word. Why is urgency important? Well, it's a way to determine how easy it's going to be to sell your product. It's a function of frequency and intensity, as somebody said. The higher the urgency, the lower the risk that you're not going to find a buyer. Let me give you an example. Let's say your product is an expensive headache medicine. You got a group of people over here, part of the market, that has a minor headache every day. You got a group of people over here that has a bad headache once a year. The first group has frequency but no intensity. The second group has intensity but no frequency. So there's not a level of urgency sufficient for them to be motivated to buy your expensive headache remedy. Those are probably not going to be buyers. The guy you want to look for is the guy that has a bad headache every day. That's the guy who's going to be an easy sell. An easy sell is very important because it's your initial target, market target, the guys that are going to be the easiest ones to sell to. So, write down why you think somebody has an urgency to buy your product. Thinking through.
But I use the urgency test to do this. Let me show you an example. A rat trap. You got a great rat trap, okay? You start out by saying, how many houses are there in the world? I am going to die on this thing. How many houses are there in the world? How many houses are there that are conducive to a rat problem? Then you're going to target it or move it down to houses with a defined rat problem. And then you're going to have your probable market is houses with an urgent need to solve the rat problem and the ability to pay. See how that targets down to the people who are most likely to be a buyer? So you know I'm going to do this, right? Well, these guys are your focus of your probable, but you know I'm going to do that, right?
All right, so guys, so take another 2 minutes and work on the challenge 5 in the worksheet. So exercise 4. So defining your target market. So on these, don't necessarily focus too much on the exact size, the exact number, but try to put into context in the rat trap example, starting from, who is the largest potential market all the way down to your probable market.
So that's the number 4, not number 5.
Yeah, it's exercise number 4.
It's exercise 4, yeah.
Yeah. I was reading the challenge side. So exercise 4 on the worksheet. So we'll take a minute and a half, and then we'll have somebody do it. Everyone ever.
As you do this more, you're going to get even simpler and clearer as you go. You can work on all of this stuff later, but challenge 6 is the value. What's the value proposition that would create a motivated customer? People buy value. They buy perceived value. And perceived value what happens when perceived benefit outweighs perceived cost. And if the benefit is not greater than the cost, they aren't going to buy it. Simple as that. Now, cost is a function of price and effort. You can have something cheap, like I remember buying my daughter a bicycle for her birthday. I had 2 daughters. One daughter, I bought it unassembled, and I brought it home and I tried to put it together. It was cheap, but the effort was awful. Next daughter, I bought a bike that was already put together. So price and effort is what makes up the perception of cost. This one might be quick. You can just make notes about what you think the perception of value should be. What is your perceived benefit as opposed to your perceived cost? I mentioned I was an architect. There's something that we live by, and that is less is more. Less is more. And I've heard a lot of people say a lot of words. And we're going to go through. I'm giving you an example of what I'm talking about. If you distill everything down to essential, you'll understand it better. Okay, and that's a challenge, but it's very important. Distill it down to absolute essentials, and you'll understand it better. I said sometimes this is the hardest one. You have to have throughout this process, do you have enough confidence that you've proven your assumptions very well might work enough to move forward? And I'll tell you why that's critical in a minute. Here are the three questions. Are there enough people with the problem? Is there a sufficient sense of urgency for a solution? And does your product offer a compelling solution? I'm going to say those three sentences, a lot more. So when you're done with assessment, you have some assumptions put together. And this is what they are. Now you have one of your sheets has these listed, and we're going to do that as homework. We're not going to take time to do them all now, but it's important to think through all of these assumption types and try and fill in the blanks about the answers. That's going to help you clarify a lot of things. So at the end of assessment, you get into the first part of confirmation, which is definition. This is where you have a solid set of assumptions that you're going to refine and define and whatever by asking people, real honest to God people, those three questions. The end point of this is to create a motivated buyer, or if you don't get through it, you don't have a motivated buyer, you don't have a product, you don't have a business. That happens when perceived benefit is greater than perceived cost. And you can have a lot of people with a real problem. Again, I'll say it again, you can have an urgent need for a solution, but a competitor might have a more compelling solution. So they could just knock you right out. Earlier I said, maybe your product sucks. Well, that's probably an awful thing to say, but maybe somebody else's product is more compelling. So you have to think about that. Will they see enough value to buy your product, obviously? So now we have to go about proving the assumptions. And you have to ask potential customers, because you don't have customers yet, the three questions. To do so, you first have to develop a value proposition. Now, that is telling them what the benefit as statement is. It becomes your marketing message and whatever. Benefit statement is a concise presentation of the value proposition. Now, I think there's a 6-second rule. You come up and start talking to somebody, unless you get you trigger their self-interest, that what's in it for me in 6 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever, you're going to lose them. I've got a lot of background in the sales process, and I'm bringing that into the mix. So I developed something that is going to be fun for us, sloganizing. A slogan is a foundation of your marketing message, foundation of your benefit statement, and it consists of 2 sentences. We're about to have a lot of smoke pouring out of heads here, so the 2 sentences are: the first sentence is a question that states the problem and infers urgency. The next one is a statement that gives the product's compellingness, the degree of compellingness. Now, let me give you an example. Will you be in trouble if you don't remember to order flowers for special occasions? Well, Flower Minder is a smartphone app that will always alert you to special occasions. It will let you place your standard order with the tap of a button. I have a microphone in front of me. I go into my voiceover. But it sounds like an ad, and it really is. If you listen to ads, they are very concise benefit statements. Let me give you another one. This is my first software company. Was a flight simulation enhancement company called Simutech Corporation. Developed into other things, but we actually used this. That was before I actually knew what the hell I was doing. But can you avoid sounding like a complete newbie when talking to air traffic control? Or how can you avoid sound like a complete newbie? Well, Simutech flight simulation enhancement products give you a non-threatening practice environment in which to perfect your skills at understanding and handling clearances. You starting to get the idea of how it gets together? How do you become pain-free when your bunions make it hard to walk? Well, Bunaway is a foot wrap that reduces bunions almost instantly so you can walk without pain. Now, here's another one. Is your fine hair unruly and uncontrollable? Well, with wire hair, you can tame it and make it luxurious too. Okay, so you got the picture. Now, let me tell you why this is important. And I've done this with a lot of people over the last few years. And aside from the smoke curling out of their ears, what happens is going through the process of trying to do this helps them clarify to themselves what their product's benefit statement is. And it isn't easy. So if you're fighting with it already, it's not easy. But it really helps you, not only for the customer, you're going to crystallize the benefit statement for the customer, but you'll end up crystallizing the benefit statement for yourself. And you knew that was coming, right?
Okay, so we're on exercise 6. I think there's a homework page in between. So fast forward, that's for you guys to do later. So slogan development exercise 6. So the first box you're going to state the problem and the solution, and then the second box you're going to state the product's compelling solution, so what the product does for your customer. So using this structure, start off with a question in the first box that implicitly states the problem that your customer is encountering.
And a sense of urgency. That might be written wrong on the page. Does that say solution?
And infer the urgency.
Right.
In that problem and solution. Which is just the problem.
Yeah, just the problem and infers the urgency. Right.
So first box is problem, and then second box is going to be your product's compelling solution.
You see what you're trying to do in the first sentence is isolate the most impactful problem, right? Because a lot of your customers are going to have multiple problems that you're addressing, but the process here is to get the most impactful problem and infer an urgency about finding a solution. You hit them over the head, then you give them a ice pack. The guy who has the highest urgency because he's the easiest sell. Not that we're lazy, but an easy sell is better than a hard sell. Yeah.
And to build on that, so we're designing around one very specific customer throughout the process today. So as your business expands, you will have multiple customer segments which may have a higher prioritized pain point that was different than the original customer segment, but it's important to identify it through that first initial customer segment. Does that help?
Yeah, you're going to have a different one of these for each customer segment. I'm going to show you how that comes together. So, developing your best marketing message is important to go to the next statement, the next part, which is meeting people. The purpose of a best marketing message is to develop a full benefit statement and get it across quickly. Your slogan is a foundation for that. Was that an interesting exercise? That was kind of hard, wasn't it? Did it help you clarify a little bit what it is you're doing? Yeah. So you're going to use this best marketing message that we develop in your customer interviews. Now, let's talk about the customer interview. You have to prepare, you have to interview, and you have to evaluate. I mean, that's pretty logical three parts to the investigation process, right? You have to prepare, interview, and evaluate. You have to prepare to handle at least, 25 strangers? Is that what, 25? And you do that by writing the script, which I'll go over next. You have to prepare your best marketing message, which is your concise benefit statement. you prepare mock-ups and prototypes to illustrate the benefit. Now, why do I say that? For a couple of reasons are really important. One thing I found in the last few years of mentoring and coaching, especially geeks, they have a tendency to spend 80-90% of their time developing the product and 10-20% of the time developing their customer, because it's just so much more fun to develop the product. And they feel that they need a completely evolved final product in order to present to people to ask them. Well, you don't. All you need to do is get your vision across to the person, and you can do that with mock-ups. And you can write this down. On this date, I said, your product is going to change at least 6 times before you feel like it's ready to launch. 6 is a magic number. I know, because I've been there, done that, and it's just the way it is. Now, why do they change? Well, they're going to change because of the customer impact, or the feedback that you get as you go through this process. Because the customer is a development partner. He's going to tell you what your product has to do for him in order to make him buy. It may be completely different from what you think it is now. But if you treat your customer as a development partner, they will tell you what you have to provide in order to make them a motivated buyer. And that's an important thing to remember. You got to prepare, you got to find out where the prospects are, and you got to go there. Treat your prospect as a development partner. Imagine that. The interview process, at this point in definition phase of confirmation, you're getting feedback. That's the end point. You're not asking for the order, you're not asking for sales. In confirmation, you're doing research and you're getting actionable feedback. You have to approach people, you have to ask them, and I have a system in the book about PET, which is present, evaluate, and tweak, which I won't get into now. Just this is how you draw out the feedback from people. These are the steps in the asking process itself. And this comes from a long background in sales process, which I think I mentioned. This is pure sales process, adapted to this situation. Ask for permission and help. You're showing respect, consideration, and you're managing their time expectations. You qualify the prospect, determine if he belongs to the customer profile or not. Don't waste time with somebody who isn't. The problem probe, and the reason I put it this way is because you can ask somebody, do you have such and such problem? And they're going to say, nah, yeah, sure, I do. It may not be very important to them, but if you ask it that way, they can say yes or no, but you don't know to what degree they have the problem. So you probe. Ask them what their problems are, and I'll show you how that works. Same thing with probe, the solution. You don't know, they may say, yeah, I need a solution to that, but the degree to which they need the solution may not be very high unless you let them give you an insight into how important it is. Urgency probe, you got to find out how urgent it is. Then you present the problem and to see if it has a compelling nature as a solution. Then you have to test the value proposition to see if it's worth it to them to buy it. There's a worksheet available in the thing that has all this in it that you can work. Okay, here's an example. We can move quickly. I want to kill myself on this. Flower Minder is an app. Okay, I gave you a little slogan about Flower Minder. We're meeting customers that are in a flower store. Why? Because that's where people who are buying flowers for an occasion often go, especially if they're too late to order online. A little bit of urgency there, right? You have figured this out in your customer evaluation, your profile building. People who have an urgent need to get flowers for an occasion are going to go to a flower store. So that's where you go. And here's the way it goes. excuse me, my company is researching a new product and we'll be introducing to the market, and I wanted to bounce it off a couple of potential customers to see if we're on track. Can you help me for a minute? Sure. I assume you're buying flowers for an occasion of some sort? Which one? My anniversary, which is today, and I better get flowers. I'm going to get in big trouble. What do you find is the hardest part of buying flowers for an occasion? So the guy's thinking, right? And he says, well, first of all, remembering the anniversary, obviously. I didn't do that very well today. That's a big one. Yay, because that's what you want to hear, right? Okay, cool. And knowing what to say. Now you're prioritizing to find out what problem is on top of their mind. Which one is most critical? Well, remembering the anniversary is most critical. She doesn't care what I give her as long as I don't forget. Okay, I didn't. That's not, I just added that. My wife just said, oh my God, my anniversary is next week. Oh, serious.
Is that part of the script?
No, that's not part of the script. But you get the point, right? It sounds pretty urgent. Oh yeah, I'm in big trouble if I forget. Let me ask you this. If you had a smartphone app that would both remind you of an occasion and allow you to order a standard arrangement with a tap of a button, would you find that useful? That would help for sure. Well, here's our idea. Let me show you. And you demo the mock-up to give a sense of what it'll do for them. Well, that looks simple enough. Yeah, that would be very useful. We're thinking of charging $2 a month for the service. Well, I'm not going to pay for an app. Nobody pays for an app. I'd use it if it were free, though. What we did is we identified, in this thing, we identified there's an urgent problem. We're confirming that assumption. There's a need to find a solution. We're confirming that assumption. We defined that the product concept offers a compelling solution. We decided that, but we screwed up on the compelling nature of the solution, didn't we? Nobody's going to pay for it. We don't have a motivated paying customer. So let's break that down. My company's researching, I'm not selling. Remember I said non-threatening approach? I'm not selling. I'm not going to manipulate you. I'm not going to threaten you. Also, by saying my company, you take the personal thing away from it. Don't hurt my feelings if you tell me that it sucks. Okay? And I wanted to bounce it off to customers. Can you help me for a minute? You're asking for permission. Now it's their decision to talk to you. You're asking for their help, which is very powerful. And you're giving them the expectations of time. You're qualifying them. I assume you're buying flowers for an occasion of some sort. They could be the plumber going to fix the toilet, which would be a really waste of a good interview. You have to qualify. You're talking to the right person or not. And you're probing to see if they're doing the occasion and which one. You're probing to find out if they really have the problem. You're prioritizing, you're determining the urgency, and then you're presenting and testing the solution. And then you're testing the value perception. So that's how that script breaks down according to the structure. Does that make sense? Better make sense. 15 years of sales process. Now, a lot of your products are multi-sided, which means you got to do this differently for each customer. The funny thing about multi-sided, there's usually one that has to be proved, one customer that has to be proved before you can make the sale to another. Take Google. If they didn't prove that they can make a billion eyeballs an hour, nobody's going to pay to be in front of those eyeballs. So that customer segment has to be verified first. So you can present those findings to the one that's going to pay for it. So we're going to go to the next guy, flower shop manager. He's the guy who's going to, you think, your vision of your assumption about the value proposition, flower shops are going to use the result of what happens with the app. So you're going to go then. You say company's researching a new product, would you help? Sure. What's the biggest problem you have in your business? It's important here because you should know already. It's like lawyer. Don't ask a question that you don't know the answer to. You should know already what you have an assumption about the biggest problem they have in their business. And you're hoping to hear it. Fortunately, he says, getting exposure and getting new customers. That's always a problem. It's pretty urgent? Yeah, it's very urgent. If I could provide you with a way to develop a new and motivated customer base, would that interest you? Absolutely. Well, we have found that a lot of people would use a smartphone app. Of course, you have to have proven this to remind them of the occasion, allow them to order it. We can direct that traffic to you. Would that be helpful? And he's going to say, absolutely. Well, we hope to develop a user base of 1,000 people in your immediate area, and we're going to charge 5% of each new order with a minimum of $10, a maximum of $25. How's that sound? Well, that sounds pretty fair. I'll pay that. So the way we did that, we ended up with, we clarified there was a problem that you assumed there was, and you've done good because you confirmed it here. There's a need to find a solution. Clarify the product is a compelling solution, and there is enough value, compelling value, to make a motivated customer. So that's how you, and here's the structure again. The non-threatening approach, asking for permission, probing to see if the problem you think they have is even on their radar, determining urgency, testing the solution, then testing the value perception. Now, I think on the, we can do this as homework, I guess, if you want to, instead of doing it right here. But if you create a script from this structure, that's what you're going to use.
All right, guys, so we have a very exciting conversation today, and just so you all know, our panelists would love to hear questions that you have as you guys are setting out on your startup journey. So they're going to give some background on themselves. We have some questions that we want them to elaborate on, but we really do want this to be an interactive discussion, and this is a very unique opportunity for you all to get some time with all of these gentlemen who are extremely busy, and we're extremely grateful that they've carved out this time today to come and give you guys their story and their advice for how they've gotten to their point of success. So I will let each one of the panelists introduce themselves, and then we're going to roll straight into the questions. So I will pass it over to Ricardo first over here.
Thank you. So I'm Ricardo Laza. I'm the founder and CEO of SiteWit. We're a marketing platform for small businesses and do market on Google, Bing, Yahoo, and other media. So.
Hi, I'm John Wagner. I'm one of the co-founders of eStaff 365. We are a compliance platform for the staffing industry.
I'm Steve Wilson. I'm the VP of Technology for Mama Bear app. We are parenting apps for iPhone and Android.
Yeah, I'm Don Burnt. I'm also at SiteWit, a co-founder and chief scientist. I'm a professor of computer science in USF and came down from New York.
Awesome, gentlemen. Thank you again. So to first start off, and we asked this a little earlier, I want to kick it off by asking the question, why did you decide to start this business or join this team in the first place? Because everybody has their individual motivations. Some can be business driven, some can be personal driven, but I would like to hear from the panelists, why did you set out on this journey knowing that it was going to be tough? Maybe you found out it was tougher than you anticipated, and why do you continue to pursue relentlessly this vision that you're going after? So I will start with Don.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was a software developer before becoming a professor, and had a couple wild rides in startups before going back, including an embezzlement episode after going public in an AI company. So I had a really rocky and interesting introduction to entrepreneurship. I went back and became a faculty member. Actually, Ricardo was in my first class at USF, and we sort of he ended up teaching there, and we sort of shared interest in a couple areas. And then I was on the board of WebPiston, his prior company. And over beer, we were talking about advertising and data mining and things like that. My area is data mining. And we came up with some ideas and tried them out, just tested them personally, and thought we saw a glimmer of a really interesting market that could apply data mining and sort of big data parts of the computer science spectrum to advertising, and kind of launched from there. And that's sort of how it got started. It's been really fun. As a professor, you sort of check out a little bit, and you sort of publish papers, and you don't build things that people use. So it's been fantastic to take sort of data mining technologies that I studied more as a professor and put them into the field. So it's been a fantastic experience. So that's how we started from my side.
You want to finish that story?
So from my side, actually, so I first got started in entrepreneurship by mistake, pretty much. In my master's MBA, I was taking the entrepreneurship track, and I wrote a business plan in '98 on how to move patients from hospitals to nursing homes over the web on an auction system, and it got funding. And I started as the technology guy in the startup, and then they made me CEO, and that's how I got started. And honestly, I never wanted that. I just wanted to go and work someplace, and here I am, like 15 years later or however long. And so prior to SiteWit, I actually built a company in the small business web builder space. So I'm sure you guys know Weebly or Wix and those guys now. I built a prior generation company to that called WebPiston. And as I was working with WebPiston, I realized that, and that company was very similar to those guys. We only difference were that we were not freemium, and we actually were higher cost. So basic package was $20 a month or so, and we ended up selling to tens of thousands of small businesses with no human intervention whatsoever. So that was my first real success in building a platform of sorts. But then what I realized was that like the website builder business was a drop in the bucket compared to marketing. So if you think about any business, they might spend $50 or $100 a month in hosting. Well, they might spend $500 to $1,000 a month in advertising. So I took my expertise in building something easy to use, and Don and I were actually having beer one day, and he started talking to me about automation and using data mining to do it. And the light bulb came up and said, hey, this is a very good idea. So
we just actually celebrated 10 years in business this year. And about 2 years ago, I was kind of getting bored with that business. It had gotten to the point where it was kind of running itself, doing well. And I really didn't want to be in a business that was just, bill by the hour software consulting. I mean, it is a nice business, but not quite as exciting as what I really wanted to do, which was build software products. And so got involved with a startup back in 2012. That one didn't go very well. The two of us that had spun off from Agile Thought to do that kind of walked away from that one and thought, we just learned a lot of good lessons, and we'd like to go do this again and start it over and be the only two founders in that business. And so we started eStaff in the beginning of 2013. And we actually went on a pretty quick ride. We actually just sold that business to a company called eRecruit out of Boston at the end of last year. So that ride went a lot faster than we thought. We really thought we'd be in it for 4 or 5 years, but at the end of last year, we found a pretty good dance partner and closed that transaction. And for better or for worse, we're now inside somebody else's company, so I can tell you all about that. But that's kind of our story.
My story's a little different. I didn't come up with the idea for Mama Bear. I've done side projects with mobile apps and always kind of had the entrepreneurial itch. And then Mama Bear came along, and I mainly joined. I joined as like the first full-time employee, other than the co-founders. And I mainly joined for the people and for the challenge. I mean, it's a pretty cool app. The challenge is tracking phones in the background and finding all these ways to save battery life but still update locations. There's a lot of really cool technical challenge, but really it was the people. I mean, we had real passionate group of founders, and they had already validated the product, so they saw there was a market, came to me and said, hey, we need somebody to bring this thing onshore, hire a team here, and really kind of take it to the next level. So it was a great chance for me to take a risk, but not as risky because we had funding and we had a product that people said they wanted, and we had a pretty good runway. So for me, it's been great. It's been a great experience, and again, it's a way to follow my entrepreneurial dreams in a less risky fashion. So I've been real fortunate.
Awesome, gentlemen. Thank you. So that's a little background so everybody has a better idea of the beginning of their startup journey and the logical next step. So this is going back a little bit as well, but in the very early days, one of my favorite quotes from Paul Graham is you can't be afraid to do the non-scalable things in the early days to prove traction in the market, right? Everybody wants to initially jump in, launch a product, and set up a Google AdWords campaign, right? Without really understanding what the needs of their customers are. So I'm curious to hear from the panelists, in the early days, how did you scratch and claw to get your early customers, and what are those things? Tell us some war stories of what you did in the early days to initially get that first or second customer. Anybody want to start off with that one?
Painful, I know.
I guess the two things that I can think of that we did in that first year, which were certainly not scalable, we gave our product away to our first couple customers. I mean, even though we knew they were capable of paying, we needed their name behind our product. So in the sales cycle, we sensed that they were excited about what we were building, that they could make use of it, and we made the choice that we weren't going to haggle over the dollars for those first couple customers. We just wanted them on the platform. That risk paid off. I don't know if that's always something I would advise, but that was a good one. The other thing was to get our first really large customer, we had to be creative about the capabilities of our platform. So we had confidence in some pieces that we could build because we had done it in past businesses. But essentially, we had to say, oh, you need this integration to this other system. We can do that. We never said we have it, but we said absolutely we could do that, and we could do it in 30 days. And that some of those turned out to be a huge struggle to actually get it done in the 30 days and sort of walk the walk when we had talked the talk. But I think those are the risks you have to take sometimes. You have to know, you have to have confidence in yourself and in your platform, and also in your network. I mean, you got to know that you can tap into resources out there who can help come save the day, whether they are software developers or marketing experts. I mean, you got to kind of leap and then expect some of your helpers in your network are going to catch you.
So actually, I think our biggest mistake as a company was not doing enough of that. We always thought about our platform as a big platform from the get-go. So we spend a ton of time building partnerships that have taken many years to pan out, and made a lot of the stakeholders very anxious in there's such a long life cycle. If I was ever to do this again, what I would do is from the core initial team, I would get somebody that will absolutely sell the technology brute force with no distribution at all. For two things. One, to start generating revenue from the get-go, which is critical in Tampa. And then the other, to actually get real feedback from users and help expedite the life cycle of the development. So I think probably it's the one piece of advice I would. So we were very different because when we started the company, we started already pretty much in Silicon Valley. So even though we're in Tampa, we spend a ton of time in Silicon Valley, and we actually raised money from Silicon Valley early on and certain things. So our approach was always a little bit different in the sense that it was more like how you would build a startup in Silicon Valley versus a startup in Florida. I would say if I were going to do this again, what we did is incredibly difficult to do, and I would never do it again the same way. So I would start here in Tampa with some traction locally, get some clients, some revenue going, and then bridge to Silicon Valley and bridge partnerships. but I cannot emphasize that enough. So if I think the perfect, many times TechCrunch is a lie from a Florida perspective. So I would start forming the team with a good business person that can, or just good direction, a good technical resource, and a good salesperson, which is not many times a good business person. They're different. I mean, somebody that can go and take your technology and sell it and clock customers and get more money from them and get them to commit to sometimes actually fund your startup by them funding projects. So, like, they might say, look, you don't have this integration done. You can say, no, but we can do it if you front us 10,000 or whatever it is. And if it's worthy to them, many times they would. I honestly cannot emphasize that enough. I think that it is the biggest mistake that all startups make here in Tampa. You should start with a salesperson from the get-go as part of the co-founding team. So business, like, yeah, so I mean, or market. I mean, somebody has to be able to see the market, right? So a little bit with Mama Bear, somebody saw that parents would pay for an app to keep their children safe or monitored, right? Somebody has to come up with that one, and many times that could be just business background, technology, whatever it is, and be able to take that vision and explain it, because that's what's going to make easy to get the team on board, raise money, all this other stuff. But then you need to have somebody that actually will sell, and that's the only thing that they do, and just go and call and do whatever it takes to sell early on. Because many times in other places, so the especially early on, like on the early stage rounds and seed rounds, you can actually raise in Silicon Valley or Boston, quite significant rounds, millions of dollars, pre-revenue, just on the market fit, the team, and what you're doing. That is absolutely impossible in Tampa. I mean, especially from venture capital people, right? So in Tampa, you can raise from wealthy individuals or super angels, but the venture capital groups in Tampa normally do not invest in companies doing less than $3 to $5 million a year in revenue. Yeah, I'm just saying Tampa, because the problem is that, you go and you read TechCrunch and you see all these races, and you think, oh, that's great, I can do the same. But the VCs here most of the time won't even give you the time of day, while in Silicon Valley or Boston they would, and Austin, and there are ecosystems. So I would say California, Colorado, Austin, and other places you can raise, Boston, New York. Other than that, almost nowhere else I've ever seen investors will give you money with at least like millions, like 3 to 5 million. So that's the food for thought.
I guess the biggest thing with us is we, looking back, we wouldn't have waited so long to turn on our revenue model. So we, as a team, we weren't proud of the product, and we kept waiting and saying, oh, it's not good enough, or not going to charge people for it. But it turns out those things that we thought weren't good enough weren't the things that people were willing to pay for anyways. And so we would have, luckily we had some patient investors that let us kind of keep tweaking and stuff, but those are the things we're still tweaking today, and people still have a unrealistic expectation of, but they're not the things that they're paying for. And so I think we just waited too long, and we just didn't have the confidence. But I would say, start early, trying to make money, see what people will pay for, you'll be surprised. So
yeah, I'll just second that, because we learned, I guess, over the course of this year about investor patience and how revenue can change the picture like that. And so we have a lot of what people are calling channel momentum, I guess, but it's you start to see the patience wear thin, and any kind of revenue evidence that you can turn on early sort of makes the process much, much easier. And I was just going to say, we were trying to get a lot of small customers, right? So we're kind of channel distribution and things like that. And so it took a long time to negotiate a lot of these deals, and they were long cycles, year and a half, things like that to get things done. So it requires a lot of patience, and it was hard to get that patience with no revenue. And I'll just say we had one big investor early on, a kind of strategic partner, and talk about the highs and lows. They were kind of a platform play that represented a chance for us to get customers much earlier, probably would have turned the revenue corner for us in a big way. And just to kind of paint that, it was phenomenal. I mean, it was like probably the high of the highs when they said yes, and we're going to invest in you, and then we're going to bring you tens of thousands of customers, right off the bat and things like that. We signed the deal. Within a month, the CEO who had signed the deal with us was fired, and then the second in command said, "Hey, no problem. We're standing behind it." And then everyone that worked for him was fired, including the second in command that told us not to worry. And then you hit the lows of the low, right? Like just unbelievable. So if you can secure some revenue, it smooths a lot of problems out, no question. So,
awesome, guys. So next thing I was curious, and I know the audience is curious about as well, hopefully you guys are curious about this as well, is so starting out in the early days, it's tough balancing that big vision that Ricardo was talking about, and then still having to come down to the ground floor and say, this is where we're starting, and we're going to solve this problem better than anybody else in the market. So it's a positioning challenge, especially if you're trying to disrupt larger incumbents in the market. So the next question for the panel is, starting out day one, how did you position your business so you could actually outcompete the bigger players in the space? And how has that changed to today? So how has your position in the market changed, and what are your thoughts on that? Anybody want to take first stab at that? So how did you position yourself competitively in the early days? So you saw the landscape, right? And you said, this is the one problem that we're going to solve better than anybody else so that we can stand out among the larger players. So avoiding the all things to all people problem. Where did you guys start that you thought you could get pointy?
Yeah, that, I think one thing we did well, which we hadn't done in our prior startup, instead of going big and spending a whole bunch of time trying to build this massive platform that had all the bells and whistles, we really focused in on a couple key features early, took that to some potential key customers, listened to what they said about those features or what was missing, and then made real quick turns back to them. We were just beating on their door probably about every 3 weeks with, hey, have you seen what we've done? Have you seen what we've done? And just stayed focused on exactly what we were hearing from the customers. So we had big visions of all sorts of other features we wanted to put in, but we kind of kept ourselves in check and just said, focus on just what we're hearing the potential customers asking for. And then I think we got lucky that in a couple of the customers, they were doing competitive analysis, and the other established products were slow moving. I mean, they were what they were. So, they would look at product A, B, C, and then us, and then they would tell us kind of what they liked and didn't like across the board, and we were the only ones who could actually rev our product and come back a couple weeks later and show that we had filled the gaps. And so I think that's just luck, because if we had been up against 4 other startups, everybody would have been doing the same. But I think if you have that opportunity, if you're the first one really filling a niche, stick in your niche. Don't try to broaden out, and just nail it and see if you can get those first couple customers to really love what you've done in that niche. Yeah, so like in the staffing industry, a lot of these companies were feeling the compliance pressure. They needed to demonstrate that they were hiring people correctly, that they had all the right paperwork for state and federal government, for their clients. So they were under this paperwork crunch, and so we thought that we were going to be the be-all, end-all for everything staffing. We were going to do time reporting. We were going to do payroll. We were going to be like an SAP for staffing. And all we kept hearing was this one compliance niche about the forms and the documents and electronic signing of these things and the flexibility they needed. And so we stopped everything else, and we just built that form engine. And then from there, it kind of broadened out a little bit, but we pretty much just stayed in that forms niche. and then the company that bought us is kind of an SAP, right? So they're an entire platform that didn't have us. And so when they looked at their competitors, they had to take us out of the market to make sure they could fill that niche.
So for us, we're probably the worst example on earth because we did the direct opposite. We did the direct opposite of Agile. What we found was that there was so we took a market-based approach, right? We realized there's a huge market that's totally underserved. And at a time where there was no competition, so we decided to build an analytics engine, predictive analytics engine, basically, to be able to predict purchases on websites or fraud. When we got started, everybody thought we were nuts because everybody was like, "Well, why are you going to go against Google Analytics? Everybody, uses analytics and so forth." However, though, what our thesis was that was actually right was that the only way to optimize marketing correctly is if you own the analytics, because Google is not going to give you the analytics at the detail level, at the micro level, where you actually can make a difference. So we spent 2 or 3 years building a huge analytics engine that was able to scale to millions of websites with predictive analytics built in and all this other stuff. Not seeing talking to a customer once, just building. We had a network though, so we had WebPiston, so we actually had a network of customers that we could actually deploy it to, and then get the analytics engine up and running. Once we got the analytics engine up and running, it's almost like you build a huge gun, right? So we started thinking, well, how do we make money with this gun? And then we realized that the easiest way to actually make money was the reverse of what we thought at first, which was to actually detect click fraud, was to then take ongoing campaigns and then optimize them automatically without human intervention, just algorithmically. And that could only be done if we had the analytics. So that was the key differentiation factor. And once we built that, we started getting customers, started getting revenue. We started really high in the enterprise world, big spends and stuff like that. And then we realized after doing that the biggest market was actually the small business, which then was awesome for me because that was my background. So I was like, oh, that's great. I understand that one much better. And then we took this technology product stack, brought it down market, and then build distribution around it, and this is where we are today. So last year we added hundreds of thousands of customers on the platform, and we're growing at a huge clip right now. But our product and our distribution was fully engineered, so it wasn't, like put something out that people could buy, because the equivalent of the technology behind it is Google-ish. So we had to build a rocket. And you cannot build a rocket by asking people how you build a rocket. You actually have to get PhDs and people that know how to build a rocket and build a rocket. So that was very painful, though. I don't know if I would recommend it again to anybody. And hopefully the biggest difference is, like, if we had a salesperson, then maybe we could have sold analytics and start making money that way and keep on building it instead of just using another platform. But yeah. So I would say from a different perspective is this. Figure out a big market first, see how you can actually serve it in a very special way that nobody else has, and then chances are that you're going to find a way to monetize that, like everybody has seen.
Yeah, I would just second that. It was for us. It was about the technology and the size of the market, but I guess our proposition was disruptive from the beginning. It was to take data mining based, predictive analytics and that approach, and optimize and run bidding and do all the stuff that people do in campaigns better than people do it. And it was just a 0-1 bet. I mean, you could either build the algorithms and kind of show that it works, or you don't. And so it wasn't really like feature testing or anything like that. It was just a fundamental bet on, can you disrupt that? Can you build a mathematical optimization on auctions? On top of our analytics engine, as Ricardo was talking about, a huge platform play, giant amount of work in the beginning, but at the end you take a big bet, right? You say, I can disrupt this by performing an optimization, bidding, and squeezing the human out and charging ridiculously low fees for stuff that people are charging hundreds of dollars for, right? And so the proposition, you pay $10 a month instead of, $250, and all the rest of your money goes to work and marketing. So it was an algorithmic play, sort of a 0-1 discrete bet, and that was kind of exciting. But I would say that too risky in hindsight. And it's like, we should have found a bet that was in between that, along the way, and we probably could have if we were smart about it. And it feels good looking back now, but it was a crazy gamble. Just a crazy gamble.
I guess the only thing I would add, I mean, we still struggle with this. We've got new investors coming on, and they look at our big competitors. Well, there's one huge competitor that's just funding left and right, but they don't compete in the little niche that I talked about that we've learned people are willing to pay for. But when you have new investors coming on, they look at them and they say, well, they're integrating with Ford Sync and they're integrating with ADT and all, why aren't we doing that? And so you back to the point, you got to really keep your investors focused on, well, yeah, they're doing that, but this is what we've learned is our differentiator that people are willing to pay for. And you got to have that data to back it up, but that's always a challenge. I mean, especially if you're going up against bigger competitors that you're never going to catch. I mean, we're not going to, at this point, they've got so much momentum, we're not going to catch them. So we got to find our little niche, and we know what that is, in our case, and what people are willing to pay for. And we just got to keep driving that vision and convincing our investors that that's the right play, even though there's some shiny objects out there that we're not chasing.
Shiny objects.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to propose one more question to the panel, and then we'll have time for questions from the audience. So a big part of what we believe here, and it's not just us, most investors as well, the majority of success for startups comes from putting together the right team, especially at the stage where most of these startups are at. If the 2 co-founders or 3 co-founders can't make it work, then it doesn't matter how good of a product market fit they have or how much traction they have, the thing's going to fall off. So I'm curious to know, building your businesses, what's your philosophy on building a rock star team? And what's your perspective on who you need to get on the bus, especially when you're starting out?
Yeah, for us, I mean, we really, when we looked at building our team, it always starts with culture. I mean, who fits well in that culture, and in a startup, you want people who are that believe in that vision enough to take a chance. I mean, we've got a team of people who left perfectly good jobs to come, chase a startup dream, and it was based on the passion that they saw in us and shared with us in this idea and trying to build this product. And then beyond that, we look for relentless problem solvers. The people that are going to, text me in the middle of the night and wake me up and say, "Hey, I figured out that problem. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I figured it out." And if you look at that, if you look at culture fit, and we always, at least me, I depend on my network of people that I trust, and they'll recommend people. So for me, it's never, we have very technical positions, but usually if they come to me from somebody I trust, I know that their tech skills are going to check out. And so for me, it's like, it's the culture fit and the relentless problem solving. And you got to protect that culture. I mean, if you have someone that doesn't seem to be working out, it could be in a small team, really damaging and quickly derail a startup, because you don't have a lot of money, you don't have a lot of time, and you need everybody to buy in. So you've got to really watch that too and protect that culture.
Yeah, and to that point, you have to be willing to get people out if they need to go. So we definitely went through that. We picked what we thought was the right team. We knew actually everybody. There were no new faces, but just culturally, one of our developers just didn't fit in. I mean, if something needed to be done that was below him, he wasn't going to do it. And you have no tolerance for that. I mean, because sometimes there are days where somebody just has to go take out the trash or clean the toilet. I mean, they're literally, some of those tasks just have to get done to keep your business moving. If you've got somebody in there in whatever role who won't do whatever it takes in whatever the role is of that day, you need to get rid of them. And there's just no tolerance for that.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything said. If I were to add also one more thing is, early on, it's much more critical. So where you guys are today, finding the right one, I would definitely say getting more than 2 people involved at the founding level is critical. So this is my 4th startup, and it's the first one that I started with other co-founders, and I would never start another startup without co-founders ever again. Because when you have people that care the same as you do for the company, and you know they have different skill sets and complementary skill sets than you have, the overall synergy of the team and the value of the team is much higher. So if you have only 3 people to get started with, that composition is critical. I think in our case we erred on the techie side, because I'm a techie also. So I mean, even though I'm CEO and I have a strong business background, the analytics engine Don and I coded together. So we were very heavy on the engineering side, and that was great because we are an engineering-based company. But it would have been awesome to have, as I said, like a salesperson, like a natural salesperson on board from the get-go. So I would definitely encourage that you guys look at a team and try to bring the 3 things that you need, which is vision, execution on product, and sales, and find. And then, by the way, do it with somebody that you like, because so Don and I have known each other for 20 years, and there's always bad times, and if you cannot laugh, just take it with stride or whatever it is, you're not going to survive the roadmap. So actually, as much as people say that that's a bad approach, I completely digress. I only work closely, and I mean not only in our company and partners, stuff like that, with people we really like, because sooner or later you have to spend tons of time with them. Same thing with the investors, right? So be selective of who you spend time with, and you know, many times that is actually very, very important, I would say.
Yeah, I would say the lows, right? The low points, which are, you know, the highs are really high, the lows are really low. Having people that you like and share a vision with, I think, is really important. The low points, and you laugh a lot and things like that. For us, it's been a really interesting science play because it's been so algorithmic. And you know, number one, Ricardo's team before from his other company had been in with him for 10 years by that point, and so there were a lot of sort of strong bonds already there. So the team was really, I guess, gelled well. And then I had the luxury of being a professor, so I had a couple favorite students that I've seen along the way. So one of my favorite PhD students is the other science guy in the company. In a group of students, there's always like 1 or 2 that stick way out, and they're kind of real outliers. So I've been able to grab those along the way, and I guess I can't overestimate just finding smart people is always a good idea. So that you want to like them, but you know, getting smart people is just really helpful. Problem solvers, smart people who do, and you know, that's been kind of a big thing. To circle back to drinking, the only flaw that Ricardo has is he doesn't wash whiskey glasses. So talking about the tasks that are beneath him. So I wash the Scotch glasses at the end of the day on Fridays, and that's it. So I have to reach down and do the I will only drink Scotch out of a good crystal glass, and that means I have to wash them. Yeah. So.
Okay, awesome, gentlemen. So we have time for a few questions from the audience, and if you want to ask somebody on the panel a question, or just the panel, you can go ahead. So anybody want to ask the first question? You can step up. Yes, cool. I'm curious.
Yeah, so how do you, if you're looking for a technical co-founder, how do you overcome the hurdle of putting your vision out there for the product when you might still be afraid that somebody else can take that idea and run with it?
This is just my opinion, but I can build apps, but there's very few ideas that I'm passionate enough about to spend my time doing it. So, my opinion is don't be too protective of the idea, because you're probably the only one who's passionate enough to spend the time to do it. And I'm not saying it's not a good idea. It's just that that's your idea. And so for you to come to me, who knows how to build iPhone apps, I'm probably not going to get as fired up about it as you, because I haven't lived with that idea as long. So really, I'd get out there. I'd figure out as much information as you're comfortable, talking to people about. Get with people at the Wave. They know a lot of people that build apps, and just don't be scared to talk about the idea and open up a little bit, because I don't think the risk is pretty minimal that somebody's going to go off and do it. So.
I was thinking the same thing. Same thing. And there's not only are you not that passionate, but there's a long way from an idea to execution. Right. I've been around a lot of startups as well, but a lot of students go off and start up and things. It's really rare that someone like steals your idea or comes in. I just not seen a lot of problems like that, and it's such a long distance, such a long race, and you need so much passion to get through it. I don't think it's it. Though and then the other thing would be the technical side. Being a programmer and startup person, if you're doing software, it's just really important to have someone like that around early on in the team to get a prototype and other things like that done. So you just should network as much as you can in places like this to try to find someone. So it's going to be tough without it.
Yeah, I would just add to that it's not that you don't want to hear somebody say your idea isn't unique, but chances are somebody else out there in the world actually has your idea. The question is, will you execute faster and better than everybody else? And one thing I can tell you from the other business that I have, this custom software development company, right? We get approached by people with ideas, and the one effective thing, this actually ties to what Ricardo was saying before, if you've teamed up with a good salesperson early on, so you've got your idea, and your first step was you found somebody who can sell the heck out of it, getting them in front of prospective developers gets them excited, right? You walk in the door with, I got this great idea, and I want you guys in on it. I need it built, but I want you in. You can actually get, and we've done this, we've committed into other entrepreneurial activities where we see the promise, and so we'll build it for them, and we'll take a stake in the company, but it's a good way for you to get it built by professional developers without having to come up with the money. So, but it all comes back to that salesperson. If somebody can evangelize the idea, they can convince a lot of people to help you along the path. Not only getting customers, but they will get other people, investors. I mean, they'll build the momentum for you. So I would definitely second what Ricardo said. Get that salesperson in early.
Actually, I would add one more thing. Tell everybody about your idea. Like, seriously. Because honestly, not only there's a big way between idea and execution, the chances of anybody taking your idea and actually building anything around it are like seriously slim to none. If you ask me, at least in my opinion, unless you are like talking to like a professional venture capital firm where they actually have an ability to deploy capital into somebody that's somewhat similar, and they're like really fringe cases, you are way better off telling everybody and their mama about your idea and seeing if they say it's good, if it's bad, if they give you feedback, if they say, hey, look, sounds very good, but what if you do this? And I think probably the best iterations of the ideas that we've had have been by talking with actually potential competitors, potential partners, and but be upfront, say like, actually it goes both ways, right? Like you say, hey, look, I'm thinking about doing this, and I'm going to disrupt you. I'm going to give you a run for your money. What do you think? And if actually they believe that you have an ability to give them a run for their money, they might buy you straight out. They might give you money to do it and join with you. I think that fear of what if somebody else is going to compete with you actually is probably the most difficult fear to overcome as an entrepreneur, but the most important one. When you actually, if you see any team that wins at anything, when they're playing the final of the Champions League or the Super Bowl or whatever, there is an inherent fear that, yeah, you might lose, but you're there to actually win, right? So tell them, ask them, be in front of them. I would be same thing with customers. Just evangelize it as much as you feasibly can.
I'm a single founder. I've had experiences in the past working with others. I'm very much, I will put whatever time it takes to do it. And I've worked with people that aren't necessarily willing to do that. But I've been debating on, as I grow, do I bring in founding member type people, or do I start with, hiring people more on like hourly, and then kind of adding on to that, how do you drive home the vision to them about like your excitement for it and getting them bought in and figuring out whether they are bought in or not. I don't know if that makes it seem
Okay, so building out a team, have you guys went straight for finding a co-founder? Has that co-founder kind of just found you, or do you go, okay, I'm going to work with somebody on a contract basis, and then see if they're interested in joining the team and do it as a daily team?
So actually, I would just reiterate what was said before. If you're not able to, so your first role as founder is to sell your idea, and you start by selling it before to customers, to team members and co-founders. If your skill set is the type that you're not that type of person, the first recruit on the team should be that type of person. So actually, you should go to somebody and say, hey, look, I'm not that, or but this is an awesome idea. Let me tell you why, and then bring somebody that can evangelize it that way. And the other thing I would say about the number of hours is this: it is exceedingly rare, and I've seen that in my life at this point, clearly, that anybody or everybody at the high level of a company is going to have the same amount of what could be perceived as drive, because we all work differently. For some people, like, you might think like they're working, 8 or 9 hours and in the office all day long. But, the biggest breakthroughs that, many times we've had were having drinks in a place and, just saying, hey, oh, look at that. That makes a lot of sense. And so it gets misconstrued, and it's really difficult to gauge that, to the point that in our experience now, we're very, very laissez-faire, right? We let people work from home, do what they get. I mean, as long as they produce and they have breakthroughs and whatever it is, we don't put a lot of restrictions. But I think the getting the founding team together is very, very tough, and we all have different skill sets. I think the most important thing, though, at the founding level is that you should be able to convince somebody to follow you. Actually, in my opinion, that's the first litmus test of whether you have something that works or not. If you convince some other people, some other lemmings to come in with you, maybe off the cliff, at least you have something, because people are saying, hey, look, there's something here that I'm willing to dedicate my time or dedicate my effort to do. And maybe if you're not seeing a lot of success with that, maybe the answer is to start iterating until you get success in that pitch, and that probably will be the start, or at least the embryo of the company. That will be my opinion.
Yeah, I would just add, make sure that your founding team is all in from day one, and that can take different forms. So when we first started Agile Thought, we all had day jobs. I mean, we weren't walking away from that and jumping into the abyss. But for about 2 years, we met 3 times a week for 2 hours a night, and it was a regular pattern. And so we were all in for a long period of time, getting ready to make the jump. And then, like with eStaff, the two of us who started it, we just cut ties with Agile Thought. We said we cannot be involved in any of that business. We are doing this 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So if you don't have the ability to leave your current job, at least with your other founders, make sure there is a set commitment, and you cannot accept, well, this week we can't meet, and 3 weeks in a row we haven't really updated the plan. That you're not all in. I mean, you gotta find co-founders who are gonna really jump in and go for it.
yeah, it just really, I would think it'd be really lonely to be, so I think all the stuff before when I was a programmer, Lisp programmer and stuff like that, there was always a kind of charismatic group of passionate people, and it's just a lot of fun to be around groups like that. So I just think it's worth doing it. And I would agree, but you don't want to convince lemmings to go off the cliff. You want to convince skeptical, really difficult people to walk off a cliff with you. And I think that's again probably one of the first tests to see and things like that. So I think if you can convince hard to convince people and skeptical people and smart people, then you have something. So I think that would be worth trying.
Let's hear it for our panel, guys.
Thank you, guys.
So I want to introduce Larry Sledge. Larry is one of our board members, one of our mentors, and he really focuses on helping our startups rethink the way they should be thinking about raising capital. That's only one of the things that he does. He's been integral in helping our company think through regular business challenges with business models, with revenue generation, revenue models, and whatnot. So he has a lot of experience himself, which he's going to touch on through the session. And I hope that you all at the end of this session have a little more clarity on the investment roadmap and realistic timeline and those must-have things that you need to get done as a startup before you even start thinking about raising capital. So, Larry, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jake. So I actually do want to touch quickly, while it's still fresh in anybody's mind, on a little funny story out of your last session. Ironically, I do spend a lot of time in fundraising, cleaning up messes, if you will, that people could have solved from not papering things properly. And you heard the last guys talk to you about the lawyers doing things the right way, and there's some very good points in there. But just ironically, one of the guys said to you, go get a Delaware C Corp, and just last week somebody sent me an article on Inc. that basically said, it's a whole article about don't let your lawyer talk you into becoming a C Corp. There's lots of reasons not to become a C Corp. And I just thought that was humorous to hear them say that. In general, lawyers like that give great advice. My point being, there's no right or wrong answer for every company, and there are good reasons not to do certain things. So anytime somebody tells you in terms of forming your company, raising money, there are multiple different ways to skin the cat, and I think it's important for you all to understand that. So we'll talk more about that as I go along. As Jake said, my name is Larry Sledge. I've been in Tampa all my life. I've been a CFO of multiple different companies, some successful, some not so successful. Pretty much all of them started, all the companies I've been involved with, I started very early on, and we needed to raise money to get to the next step where we need to be. And so I've seen a lot of successes and failures in that process. And so my role is really to give people, the experience of the mistakes I've made, the things I've seen that worked well, and things that didn't work so well. So I want to start off with a show of hands. How many of you want to raise outside money in the next 12 months? Okay, so a bunch of you actually don't. That's good in some ways. All right, keep those hands up if you said you wanted to. Now, for those of you that have your hands up, how many of you expect to either A, generate $50,000 in revenue this year, or B, have 50 to 100 customers this year? Okay, all right, so that's good. Now C, last question. How many of you have started a company before and been through this process once before? Okay, so I asked you all those questions for a reason. You have it would be a realistic goal in all probability for you to try to raise money this year. The rest of you, the odds of you raising truly outside money in 2015 are slim. Okay? And I tell you that just to be candid. I'm a blunt guy. I don't believe in sugarcoating things. I don't believe in telling people things that aren't.
I will tell you a number of reasons why I think that's the case. And obviously, I don't know your business at all. You could have the greatest thing since sliced bread, and there are always exceptions. But part of what I'm going to do is walk through why I think some of those things and the things that you need to do to get yourself ready for outside money, if outside money is even the right answer. We'll also talk a little bit about other sources of capital and other ways you can get money to grow your business. Okay. So one of the most challenging situations that I deal with personally, and actually let me back up a step. My current company, I have a CFO outsource company, and our focus is to be a CFO for businesses that can't afford a full-time CFO. Right? And there's lots of reasons why you need a CFO, but there are limited resources out there that have the experience in doing the things you need. So I have my own business. We've got a team of people who help you do all those piece parts. And so I'm constantly dealing with small businesses that are working on this. One of the most challenging things I see is a lack of understanding of what attracts an investor to a business. Okay, that's the number one issue I run into. Investors are interested in a business for one reason and one reason only, typically. That is, they believe that the cash flow that business will generate is significantly larger in the future than it is now, and that by putting their money into your business, they can make their money worth a lot more. That sounds simple. That's textbook stuff, but you'd be surprised how many people don't realize what's motivating an investor, right? An investor, with a handful of exceptions, an investor is only going to give you money if they think you're going to give them back more money. It's that simple, okay? And so in order to attract an investor, you need to be showing them things that will convince them that you can do that. That's why the two questions I asked were revenue and customers. Not necessarily always the case. There are other things you can do, but the most common thing to attract an investor is showing that you can generate customers and showing that you can generate revenue. Okay? So you guys raised your hands about generating customers. What type of customer are you hoping to attract? And tell us a little bit about the customer you're hoping to get this year. Soccer moms. Not so much the individual, but what are they going to do? Are they going to spend money monthly with you, weekly with you, annually? How are you going to interact with this customer? Okay. 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 And have you thought yet about how you're going to earn money off of those two pieces? Okay. Somebody else, give me an example. What's your customer target? Okay, so, and I do this as an example because this is just scratching the surface of what an investor is going to do. An investor that's coming in to look at you from the outside, they're totally focused on your ability to generate cash off of a growing customer stream. So they're going to sit there, and this is, as you're building your business, not only is it important as a general rule for you to build your business to understand what your customers want and how they're going to grow, but your investor is really going to be asking you lots and lots of questions to see how well you understand your customer, how you're going to make money as you acquire customers, and most investors are very attuned to what the likelihood of scaling that is, right? So when you talk about soccer moms, for instance, soccer moms is an attractive, base. A lot of people chasing it, so you've got competition for that segment. So, but you need to be able to demonstrate to people how that's going to happen. How are you going to expand this? How are you going to go beyond and attract people outside? And so that's a big piece of what investors are looking for, because what they want is to see how you're going to make a lot more money for them, and therefore that translates into expanding your customer base. So a lot of the things, and I'm sure Michelle touched on some of this earlier with you, but a lot of the things that go into talking about how you acquire customers, grow customers, it's very important for you to be able to articulate that back and understand and watch and learn, because what you know right now, 6 months from now, is likely to change, right? And so another key thing that investors look for when they're looking at a business is that you have, know how to adapt with your business. You know how to change your business as circumstances change. And so, that's another big key to attracting outside capital. There are lots of reasons why you would want to attract outside capital. There are lots of reasons why you would not want to attract outside capital. Right now, how many of you have, actually have paying customers at this point? Okay, so 2. Well, Michelle, you don't count. Oh, okay, all right. So paying customers, this comment doesn't apply to. The rest of you, if you don't have paying customers yet, your business probably is not worth much. And I don't mean any offense to that, but your business really isn't a business yet. It's a business plan, right? It's a business idea. And so business ideas are very important. It's an important part of the process, and it's an important part of moving forward. But investors typically don't pay a lot of money for business plans. They pay money for business value. Okay? And so right now, for those of you that don't have customers yet, if you were to go out today and have the greatest thing since sliced bread and attract an investor, you would probably give up half of your company, right, or more perhaps. Right, so an investor, people who pitch business plans are lucky to get a $500,000 valuation. Okay, now I say that there are always exceptions. There are plenty of people. The guys that came up with Facebook the first time got a lot higher than $500,000 valuation on their business. But those are the exceptions, not the norm. So right now, if you're still at the business plan phase, you really don't want outside money because of how much of your company you would give up. So if you, for instance, let's say you felt like you needed $75,000 to live off of in the next year, that would cost you 50% of your company at this stage of the game. Whereas if you could survive for a year without taking any money in and build the business, build customers, learn some of the lessons you will learn along the way, a year from now, if you've got that customer traction, those customers, you could easily justify a $500,000 or $750,000 valuation, and at that point, the same $75,000 is only going to cost you potentially 10% of your business. So by figuring out ways to fund your business differently for the first year, you can save yourself a lot of money in the long run. Because at the end of the day, if you're building a business, you're building it to build, cash flow wealth for yourself. There are all kinds of different targets in it, right? But, that's what you want. You want to keep as much of that cash flow as possible going forward. And so you have lots of incentives to find other ways to fund your business over this next 12 to 18 months. Okay? Now, what are some of the other ways you can do that? Well, the simplest way to do it is what we call bootstrapping, right? Any of you that have a business today and can fund it by, not taking a salary, paying yourself out of savings, whatever you can do, that's by far the simplest way to grow your business. Not always popular, not always the easiest thing to do. Not everybody's in a position to do that. But by far, bootstrapping is the simplest way to do it, because of the fact that, giving up equity, giving up a percentage of your business at this stage is expensive. The next place where people go, and where I always send people to, is, any time you can turn to friends and family for investment, that is far and away the best source of capital when you need external money. And we say friends and family, as just kind of a term we use in the industry all the time. And there are multiple benefits to getting friends and family. All right. Number one, any outside investor that doesn't already know you is going to put you through a proctology exam to understand you and your business and everything about your past. They'll do background checks, they'll do screens, they'll find your name, they'll do all kinds of things. If you are dealing with someone that's a friend or family or past business associate, that gives you a built-in advantage. They know more about the way you operate. They know you personally. They hopefully they trust you already. And trust is a huge factor in running a business. Investors really want to trust the people that they're working with, and that's one of the reasons why the process can be challenging, because they want to make sure before they give you money that they can truly trust you. Now, we can sit here and have a one-off conversation and build a little bit of trust, and I would be happy to work with anybody on things like that. But at the end of the day, you're only going to build so much trust in a half hour, an hour conversation, right? So the investors are going to spend a lot of time understanding you and your background better. So wherever you have the opportunity to get friends and family money, work that network hard. Contact people that, and friends and family is a broader list than you might think. I'm not just talking about the people you socialize with. I'm talking about the people that you were your bosses at your last company. Worked with you 10 years ago and know something about the industry that you're going into. It's a enormous opportunity to raise capital there. In addition, one of the advantages of going that route, those types of investors tend to be less about controlling your business. You'll hear that anytime you talk and hear discussions from any kind of outside capital coming in. They want a certain amount of control of your business, and it isn't always necessarily management control. Many times it's negative control is the term we use, which in negative control typically means you can't pay yourself, you can't give yourself a raise, you can't do certain things without their permission. And so when you're working with friends and family, that tends to not be the case. So I always encourage people, and by the way, you look like you're about to raise your... I'm not going to use my whole time allotment here, so if you guys want to stop me, by all means, raise your hand and ask a question. Yes. my advice to you would be, number one, if you expect to be looking for money, you should have a 30-second elevator pitch about your business, right? You have this pitch that, it's your way of being excited, and you get in the habit, frankly, of every time you bump into an old friend, say, hey, I got this, I'm so excited about this new business I'm starting, and it's this. And you just rattle it off and just make it part of your, social network, anything you do, and you watch for signs that, they express an interest, right? And what I tell people to do is, this is, any time with something like that, you're going to get a lot of no's. This is just like selling. And so you've got to be prepared to simply say what your business is. I'm looking for money. And frankly, what I would encourage you to do is go into all of those discussions as if you're not really expecting money from that person, but you're hoping that they would point you to 2 or 3 other people. And that, because I understand, my personal style is I don't like to ask people for things, right? I am not a sales type person. I hesitate to ask people for things. So there are a lot of people that feel that way. So one of the things for me that has always made it easier asking for something is to, instead of actually asking them, is asking them to tell me someone who might be interested in what I'm doing. And, then you watch for signs that, maybe they actually are interested themselves. Okay? Now, don't get me wrong, there's no shortage of people out here, and maybe there are plenty of you in the room that can do this, that are very comfortable walking up to people and asking them for money. And if you're comfortable with that, it's the easier way to break the ice. I happen to be one that isn't, and there are a lot of other people that aren't, and so I would encourage you to just think of it like that, because no matter what you do, the process of getting money in is going to take longer than you think. Okay? And I often tell people an example on that. Is anybody got any experience building a house or doing an addition or anything like that? And what's the general rule with contractors, right? Okay. That exact same rule applies to raising money. Okay? And that's a good segue here, and that's why I read it. It really, you would think it's not that difficult to raise money. You would think it should be, a simple yes or no. But it always takes twice as long, and it isn't necessarily twice as expensive, but it can be more expensive because of the time you're investing and the things you're having to do for it. So every time I tell people that I work with, the time from your first introduction to a party that might invest to the time they write a check is typically a minimum of 6 months. Okay? Now, there again, as with all these things, there are exceptions, right? There are people who, banks. If you, none of you are going to be in that kind, but if you went to a bank and did a loan, did that kind of process, that can work faster. There are certain, exceptions, and certainly friends and family. And one of the reasons I encourage friends and family is, a lot of the things in the process get shut off the list, and it won't take as long. But for the most part, from the time you are first introduced, it's a minimum of 6 months before someone's going to, for a real investor, is going to write you a check. And there are lots of people, bigger VC funds, professional investors often have people on staff that their whole job is to go out and understand and make relationships with early stage companies to build a relationship with the thought process that they'll invest 2-3 years down the road in them. Okay? And that's very common. So, that's something that you've got to take into consideration as well, because I would, if you have the best business plan around right now, everything was ready to go, you could show that you were going to make money, you had a well thought out customer plan. If I took you into somebody today, the odds are, it would take you 6 months to get any money from them. Again, there are exceptions. People do it faster than that. somebody, I mean, you get the right place at the right time with somebody who is looking to invest in your space, has interest in your space, has done something there before. Sure, they do it in 90 days. It happens, but you shouldn't plan for it. And so that's a big piece of why we encourage people to find alternate sources of investment in the first year. Questions about that? The other thing, another big thing that we encourage people to do, is, be involved in any kind of networking around organizations of like-minded companies as you can. WAVE is a great facilitator of that. What you will find is, when we talk about accelerating, right, one of the things you want to do in raising money is accelerate the process and cut pieces out wherever you can. Well, by being around other people that are doing the same thing you are, you can, we constantly get people in, unfortunately, who say they want to invest but don't actually write checks, or they don't write checks that are big enough, or they act like an investor but they really aren't. And by staying involved with organizations, you're going to run into people like that. You're going to have meetings with an investor who says they want to invest, but they never really have any intention of doing that. Having sessions like this, learn about people. You flush those things out. So maybe you have that meeting with Joe, and you can tell somebody else about it. Say, hey, don't waste your time. Those guys aren't going to ever write a check. And so we try to flush some of those things out. Let's see. That's pretty much the topics I wanted to cover. Jake, anything that I missed that you can think of?
Well, I think the point that you made in the beginning might be worth diving into a little bit more about the milestones that...
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. So we tend to think in terms of milestones for a business to be fundable, right? And we've got a build, grow, launch process here that is designed to try to move you through a process to get you to where you can be fundable. I asked about revenue and customers up front to be a good metric of whether or not you're ready for funding. And I gave you guys some numbers that are, kind of general rules of thumb. As I said, they are general, but it's very important for you to be focused on, understanding revenue, right? Where's your revenue going to come from? How big is your market? How big is the market opportunity? How many soccer moms are there out there? What's a realistic percentage that I can attract? How much money am I going to generate from them? And different types of investors are going to invest at different stages. We talk about the early on piece being friends and family. They're going to focus a little less on metrics like that. But when you come out, of that build phase, we really want you to have a revenue plan, a customer acquisition plan that you can demonstrate. We tend to use a number, and I don't know if we've settled on it, we keep it a little bit of movement, but around 50 for a business-oriented enterprise. For a consumer-oriented enterprise where maybe you're only getting $1 a month or much smaller revenues, we set the bar a little higher than that, because I want to say we've been using 1,000. Yeah. So, and the key differentiator there is not so much, consumer versus enterprise-oriented business, but it's what your revenue potential is, right? Because we all know that, consumer-oriented businesses typically generate less revenue per customer, but have a larger base of potential customers, right? So you're talking about soccer moms. There are thousands of them in any small radius. So, it's much easier to justify how you can get to lots of them quickly, but you've got to get a lot more of them in order to truly demonstrate traction. And the other thing is, one of the downsides of consumer business is very easy for you to go get a network of 50 people for instance that are just from your school to try your product out. One of the things that outside investors are going to dive deeper into as they're looking at your customer traction is how many of these customers are actually paying customers versus a beta customer or somebody who's just kicking the tires, and what's their activity level. Are they really using your product, or are they, and how often are they using it? That's a key metric for you to understand is customer frequency, right? Not just because in your case, if you got soccer moms, one of the nice things about soccer moms that people often are paying for is the eyeballs, right? How often are they looking at? Because you may have a advertising component to what you're doing. That's a big piece of what an investor will look for is how much is, how much engagement is there with that customer in addition to the revenue. You move over to the business side. On the business side of things, we typically have a smaller customer threshold because of the fact that businesses, a business-oriented product tends to be priced a little higher than a consumer-oriented product, right? Pretty simple. And so you have to generate fewer customers, but with a larger amount of revenue potential in order to demonstrate that traction, right? Another thing, go ahead. That was what a business case there. What I still generally think, $50,000 in revenue. That's revenue, yeah. I'm not worried in the first year about profitability. I'm worried about revenue and a path towards profitability, right? I would typically say, $50,000 and, somewhere around 1,000 customers in a consumer-oriented product. Does that make sense? In general, the kind of revenue target you want to attract investment tends to be the same whether you're consumer-oriented or business-oriented, right? The difference just comes from the fact that you typically can charge more to a business to attract for the service or product you're offering than you can to a consumer. Yes.
So, you're talking about like monthly users or yearly?
There's no hard fast rule on month. What I would generally say is, if you have a customer that isn't using your product monthly, that's probably not what an investor is looking for, right? There are examples, I'm sure, where you've got a business that is a high enough ticket item that a customer only uses once or twice a year. I mean, right now is a great example. Anything tax oriented, right? Anybody doing stuff in my industry related to tax, they're going to use it for the next 2 months, and then they're going to stop entirely. Okay, that's a unique example, but there will be examples like that. For the most part, unless you can easily demonstrate some kind of seasonality, where you have a peak usage in the summertime and less usage in the wintertime, something like that. You want to demonstrate growth in monthly customer use, and that's why I also mentioned when talking about soccer moms, you talk about engagement, because it might be a case where you only get a payment from a customer once, say at the beginning of the year, but you get some kind of engagement from them throughout the course of the year. And so measuring not only the frequency with which they pay you, but the frequency with which you interact with them is key, not only from a revenue perspective, but also from a understanding the growth potential of your business. And the next thing I was going to actually go to was the cost growth of your business. Okay, because one of the things that, we focus on revenue a lot, but a key also is, your expense line, because if you have a 1-for-1 ratio of how your revenue grows with how your expense grows, you're never going to attract outside investment, right? So the one of the keys is being able to scale your business and generate revenue eventually faster than you add on cost. And so it's important for you to understand how your customers engage with you and that's a big key. You'll hear people talk about modeling your business, and being able to project how your business works. And that's often easier said than done. I would expect the majority of you are not what I would call business modelers and experienced at building a projection set of how your revenue will grow and how your costs will grow. And that's okay. That's normal. Investors expect that kind of stuff. But one of the things that's important as you go through the process is to kind of learn how your growth in customers will cause you to increase costs. Cost to acquire them, cost to maintain them. Am I going to have a huge, because the best customers in a business model are ones that you can pay to acquire and then just kind of keep them for a long period of time. I mean, that's easier said than done in most business models. But those that have little incremental cost once you acquire them and continue to generate revenue are particularly attractive. Okay, but that's really the key that we're looking for is what is that revenue and customer growth that gives you gates along the way in the process, and what's going on with your business model, and how is the infrastructure scaling, how does the manpower scale, and can we start to see a predictable path of how revenue starts to separate from expenses. Very rare is the company that is profitable inside of the first 2 or 3 years, right? So, Michelle asked about, was I talking about profits? I tend to not look at profits, and I'll kind of get a little joke on myself here. I recently had one of my clients that I was doing their tax return for, and they were actually making money, and it was such an unusual circumstance for me to have to write a check to the IRS for a business that's making money that I made some mistakes, and I'm still paying for them. But it's very common for businesses at this stage to lose money for an extended period of time. And when I say lose money, I mean that, after considering you taking money out of the business, right? So one thing that all investors appreciate, investors want their businesses, their business owners, their business founders to take money out of the business. They expect that, okay? So profit to me is kind of what you're generating after paying yourself. So it is very common for you to lose money. You've got to have a source of where that loss is going to come from, right? Whether it's your own savings, you pay yourself on paper, but you don't actually take money out of the business. You save it for later, things of that nature. But it's going to be a couple of years. Love to hear those stories that are the opposite side, that you're making a profit in year 2, but those are the exceptions, not the norm. So, okay. Questions? Right. There's no hard rule of thumb. I I would tell you that, in general, an investor coming into the business isn't going to expect you to significantly reduce your lifestyle to build the business. Now, I'll also say they may just look at it and say, you can't get this business where you need to go to support your lifestyle. But in general, an investor is going to say, hey, I want this person, if I'm going to invest, that's the first key, right? If I'm going to invest, I don't want my founder worried about how he's going to pay the bills. I want my founder's attention focused on the business. Okay? So there isn't any, to your point, there is no hard fast rule that you can or can't do something. I would say that a founder who wants a $200,000 a year salary probably doesn't have a lot of hope of attracting an investor. But a founder who's willing to live off of $70,000 a year, $80,000 a year, that wouldn't phase anybody. And there's obviously lots of points in between there, right? But an $80,000 a year salary is not going to phase a founder, with the caveat that they've got to believe in the business otherwise, right? And so in general, it isn't a problem among professional investors. Okay. Other questions?
I was just wondering if you could touch on the point of, what's your philosophy in early days of finding that first lead investor and making sure that they're bringing more to the table than just money? And if in the early days you say that money that comes your way, or if
right.
you look for more of a
So, well, the short answer is never take any money that comes your way. That, to me, that's always a mistake. Now, I say that, and I caveat it by outside of the friends and family discussion that I was talking about earlier, right? Because if you're trying to get going and you do need money, you don't have any other way to do it, friends and family money, always take it, right? Within reason. I mean, there's going to come a limit to how much of it you can take, and you got to be careful with it. But always take friends and family money to get your business moving. After that, you do really need to be careful thinking about the money you're bringing in. I've seen more examples of people raising money from unscrupulous people, people that they actually didn't get along with, people who had money but didn't bring anything to the table. I mean, you really do need to, when you get to the point of wanting to bring in non-friends and family money, you really do need to spend some time thinking about, what do I want out of an investor? Because if all you want is money, that's probably not the best approach anyway. There's probably another way to do it. I always advise people to look for an investor who brings, one of three things to the table, right? One is a particular strength of their network of connections where you're starting the business, right? That might be, the physical location of those connections. It might be the industry of those locations. Maybe you got something related to real estate and you want somebody with lots of real estate connections, or something along those lines. The second thing I tell people is look for someone who has some kind of expertise in your field, right? That actual, not just connections in your field, because I might have a real estate business that I need to get to brokers, but the people I get to are from a different network. There's many different ways to get that. But somebody who's actually built a business related to the real estate industry. And so you look closely for somebody who is, investing in that type of business. And then, third, I tell people, find investors who have something in common with you that can that can form a bond for you to move forward with. That might be, that could be the industry. It could be, a neighborhood. It could be, a particular passion for elementary school kids. There are lots of different things that could come in that, but look for some kind of, connection there. Because at the end of the day, there are going to be rough patches in growing any business. Every business has problems. Every business has issues. And when you're taking money just for taking money, when those issues come up, they are magnified. You want to have something that you can lean back on, and those are my three examples. I'm sure other people would have other ones, but those are the three things, that if you've got something like that, it makes weathering some of those storms a little easier. It makes managing the process easier. And also, one of the things I would tell you is, if you're doing well and you have those things, it creates a better opportunity for you to do follow-on investment, do more with them in the future, right? Whether it's more investment for your business or them being able to bring other people into the table, based on what your investment needs and goals are. Yes. You have something in common. More, not necessarily in your, in your industry, but you might have something else in common with them to build a link. Because you want to have a relationship with these people that goes beyond just money. At this stage of this, later in the game, the relationship is less important. But early on, you want somebody who is going to appreciate the challenges you're faced with and the issues you're dealing with, and that helps a lot. Well, so angel investors, to me, angel investors are great. That's definitely an opportunity a year from now for most of you. I personally am not a big fan of crowdfunding. There are a couple of reasons for that. One, it's a large, at this point it's largely unproven, right? It has potential, but we don't know what all the pitfalls are going to be, right? Number two, crowdfunding tends to right now only work well when you have an actual product for sale, right? Marvell is a company in the Accelerator who had a very successful crowdfunding campaign, and crowdfunding works well in a situation like that because they essentially what they did was they convinced people to pre-order their product, right? And so when that comes in, that's a much easier task. The problem is until you really have your product or your offering flushed out, it's really hard to get traction in a crowdfunding scenario, right? So if you hypothetically just have your business plan together, getting crowdfunding on it is going to be very, very difficult, right? And so I tend to, it's perfectly viable. There are people who can and will be successful at it. I tend to discourage it in mass because it is, right now at least, a very specialized type of funding. So I would, with y'all's example, I think that using the parent company to do the bootstrapping is a great way to do it, right? Because you all have a cash flow going from that other business, and so you're essentially bootstrapping from there, and that works great. I think the the key problem that people run into when they are, forming a new division or, spinning off a company out of there is not spending enough time to truly understand how much one business is dependent on the other one, right? And so I think in your case, being able to truly, understand that difference, how are you gonna create separation, and also putting some thought into, what, support the core business is going to give to the spinoff, right? Because that invariably what happens there is, you've got the existing business that has, has a process for bookkeeping and has a process for marketing and has these things already established, and you tend to forget about a lot of those things, right? Not that they aren't important, but you get into these routines, you go create this business, and you're funding it through here, but you forget about the fact that you were doing all those things. So spending some time to identify what's really being provided by the core business, as you're spinning that out is important. There are lots of different ways you can accomplish that, but just trying as hard as you can to back away. I would encourage you guys in your situation to get some outsiders to just look at it from that perspective to help you, because you guys are close to your existing business, right? And there'll be things that you may or may not think about, and the more you can do to set that up. I think I heard you talking about setting up a separate bank account in the earlier one. I think that would be a great starting point, because it'll force you to have a little bit of discipline to try to say, hey, is this really a cost of the parent, or is it a cost of the spin out? And if in essence the money's coming from the same place, it's not that big of a deal. As he said, you've got your corporate shield already, so you don't have to worry about that. But you can kind of take care of some of that. But that's the biggest differentiator you would have, and in many ways it's similar to what a single founder is going to see, right? The difference with them is they might be intermingling their personal bank account with their business bank account, and the idea is the only difference in their case too is you don't the types of things they need for a business rarely overlap with the types of things they do at home, whereas in your case you are going to have some overlaps. Does that make sense?
It can be awesome. So, Jeff? Thanks, sir. All right. Quick and dirty guide to customer discovery. Larry's awesome. How many times did Larry mention how awesome your app needed to be in order to raise money? Not one time. What was the one word he said over and over and over again? Customer, customer, customer. Focus on customer. That's what this is all about. I'm going to run really fast. I talk fast, but I want this to be very much showing you what this stuff looks like as opposed to just telling you how it's done. All right? Handout, everybody should have one. It has links to everything that I'm going to show you here. Basically what I'm going to do is very high level show you a process document that we use. There's a link to it. You guys are more than welcome to use it. And then I'm going to run through actual tools and techniques that we go through to actually do customer discovery. The other alternative title here is like how to save $10,000. Who wants to save $10,000? Sweet. All right. Try not to fall asleep. So first thing, coding is the hard part, right? I'm a developer. I've been a developer for 15 years. I spent 15 years delusional thinking coding was the hard part. Turns out coding is not the hard part. Finding customers is the hard part. Two examples here. First one, how many apps are in the iOS App Store? Anybody know? 1.2 million. How many of those have 0 ratings? 60%. That's 670,000 apps out there that have 0 ratings, which roughly equals to no users. Building apps isn't hard, finding customers is hard. Second point, how many iOS developers are on guru.com? Anybody here know what guru.com is? It's a freelancing website to find technical resources. How many do you think there are on guru.com right now if you do a search for iOS developer? 1,700. There are 1,700 people ready and willing to take your money to build you an iOS application. That was just one of about 4 or 5 different freelancer sites. Finding developers is not hard. Now, how many sites are there that allow you to find customers? How many sites are out there like, hey, I want to, give me all the people that are willing to give me money for something? They don't exist because that's the hard part. So what's the hard part? All right, good. We're on the right stage here. Whenever I look at agendas, I immediately figure out what the boring parts are and where I can sleep and then where I have to pay attention. So I did that for you. The boring parts are kind of just high-level position, like kind of process stuff. Jump into the implementation and then get right to the good stuff, which is the tips and tricks and how this stuff actually pans out. And I lost my thing. All right. Yes, cool. So what is Dabble Lab? Dabble Lab, our official tagline as of today, it's a running joke, we change it every week, is we're a business acceleration studio. What's the difference in that versus First Wave? Business Accelerator is generally for individuals like yourselves trying to start businesses or do startups. A business acceleration studio is the same thing, but we do it for small and medium-sized businesses. So instead of them doing it, we do it for them. Really, it boils down to we're a startup team for hire. That's our day job. Steve's the boss. He's the big dog. He really knows his stuff. He's a founding board member here. If you get a chance to talk to him, which you will, worth every penny. You save $10,000 just by talking to him. I'm the wannabe here, so I've been doing software development for a long time, but I'm definitely the junior of the two. All right, so we like cheesy mottos. If you hang around Steve very much, he gives you lots of them. These are some that are relevant to this conversation. Perfection is the enemy of good enough. When you're talking about customer discovery, when you're talking about software development, when you're talking about basically anything startup, don't go for perfection, go for good enough. All right? Another quote by Steve Blank, no business plan survives first encounter with the customer. Really, no plan encounters that. This reiterates the first one is basically whatever you put out there is not going to be right, so get it out there soon and figure out what's wrong with it as quickly as possible. That's the whole point of doing internet startups successfully. Number 3, assume your assumptions are wrong. There are so many assumptions in this process that it's very important to recognize what those assumptions are and then move forward. You might assume that people will pay money for something. That's an assumption. People aren't necessarily going to pay money to solve problems. They're not necessarily going to pay money to save time. That's an assumption. You have to validate that assumption. And then the last one is kind of like a motto that we have is don't delegate what you can't do. So what I'm going to show you how to do here is hard stuff. It's not impossible, and I'll show you how to learn how to do it and how to do it yourself. I write software for a living. It took me a long time to realize that when I'm doing startups, I shouldn't be writing software. That's the thing that's easy for me. It's easy for me to delegate software because I'm very good at writing software. You should understand all the different parts of a startup before you try and find somebody else to do it. That includes graphic design, that includes development. All I can say is, based on experience, it's way more valuable to learn how to do these things at a basic level before you try and find somebody else to do it for you. All right. Cheesy motto. Steps to discovery. So there's really 3 steps we're going to go through: plan, prototype, and test. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to go through a couple slides here on the different pieces of planning, and then we'll get into the fun stuff. Plan your work, work your plan. There's 2 pieces of planning that go into customer discovery. There's a value proposition and target marketing. Value proposition is very important. Any changes to value proposition significantly changes the trajectory of what your prototype looks like, which significantly changes the customers that you go after. So getting your value proposition nailed is very important, and I can't overestimate or overemphasize that enough. Those are the 3 questions. I'll show you how that actually happens in just a minute. Target markets, really what you're looking for is you're creating customer profiles, you're creating messages that relate to those customer profiles, you're creating calls to action that relate to the messages that relate to the customer profiles, and then you have to figure out who you're actually going to go and how do you find these people. Finding customers is important once you identify who they are. All right, 2 more of these boring slides, hopefully. There we go. Measure twice, cut once. When you get into writing software, it becomes exponentially more difficult to change it. So the changes that you want to make to your software should happen as early as possible. Again, this whole process, changes at the beginning have big ramifications at the end, both in terms of time and cost and quality. What we typically do is we do a 2-step process to create prototypes. First is a low fidelity one, which we call a mock-up. Then the higher fidelity is what we call the prototype. So low fidelity, you're just defining what the screens are, you're defining what the actions are, and you're defining what assumptions are. Remember one of the bullet points, assumptions. I'm talking about assumptions at a per screen level. Because when you look at a screen, you are making assumptions. Make sure you know what those assumptions are, and then you can validate whether or not they're right or wrong. When you get to high fidelity, now we're starting to look at usability. You're going to find sticking points in the workflow of how the app you think is supposed to work, and there's certain things you can't work out until you touch and feel it. I'm a developer. I can kind of connect the dots and see how things are going to progress, and I still run into usability issues when I lay it out in my head, when I put it onto a PowerPoint, and then when I actually put it onto a prototype on the device, I find sticking points. That's what prototypes are for. Find those sticking points, work those out. Obviously user testing, so part of the prototype is actually to get it in front of people, to like have them touch it, kind of see what it looks like, give them that same feeling of using it without actually building it. And then the last is branding. You can play around a little bit with branding. If you want to go with a strong brand, a weak brand, what kind of colors are you looking at? You can start playing with that because these are actually high fidelity. Last one, test before you build, in case that's not apparent. What I'm showing you how to do here is basically test these assumptions, validate them before you actually start building product. Building product is hard. It takes a while. It's getting faster, but it's still difficult. So we're trying to test as much as we can and get a lot of the questions and assumptions validated before we commit to building. In order to do the testing, you have a set of marketing collateral, and each one of those roughly lines up to the assumptions that you're validating. So what I'm going to show you is actually how to create all 5 of these pieces, I think it's 4 pieces of marketing collateral in this session. So very much quick and dirty. I'm going to show you how to get it done and get it out the door. These are different things that you're validating. So you're going to validate the problem that you're trying to address. You're going to validate whether or not the solution actually solves that problem in a customer's mind. You're going to validate your positioning. So how do I communicate this problem and solution to this customer versus that customer? Those are very different, and you can have a lot of success with the position with this specific customer profile and absolutely no success with this customer profile. And then the last one is conversion. Conversion can mean a lot of different things. It's somebody signing up for a beta list. It's somebody downloading an app. It's somebody paying you $1. It's somebody scheduling a meeting. You're trying to test how easy or hard it is to convert people based on who it is and what the message is and what the call to action is you're trying to accomplish. All right, this is where the rubber meets the road. I'm going to show you 2 ways to do implementation. First way, you hire somebody else to do it all for you. Messaging, you're going to go get an ad agency, you're going to pay a lot of money. Branding, you're going to go get a design agency, they're going to get a lot of money. You're going to create a proof of concept, but you're going to go to a web dev shop to do it for you. You're going to create a promotional video, and you got to find a videographer, and then you're going to create a web page, and again, you need a web dev shop for that. Generally speaking, you're not going to get out of this less than $30,000. That's kind of conservative, and every time you make a change and every time you want to make an iteration, just increase that number. And oh, by the way, the planning that they're doing here is not as good of a plan as what you can do yourself, because it's not something you should delegate, all right? And just as a side note, Dabble Lab, this is what we do. We charge $10,000 basically for the same thing. So you're saving $10,000. Do this stuff yourself. That's what you should be doing. That's why I'm here to show you how to do it. So far, so good? All right. Option 2. Wow. You guys should be doing all of this, and it's actually free. It's not super difficult. It's not very expensive for most of the things. And again, that's the whole point of this, is to show you guys how to actually do this. Now, with that said, I've done all of these. I am not an expert in all of these. I'm pretty good at development. I'm not an expert developer. I am not a videographer. I am not a design person, and I'm able to figure out how to do this. And I'm showing you the ways that I've gone through and the pains I've gone through to show you how to do it relatively quickly and easily. Again, we're not going for perfection. If you went and spent $30,000, you're going to get a great, shiny thing that means absolutely nothing when you go and raise money and probably means nothing when you go and find customers, but it's going to look great. I'm not that guy. Quick and dirty. Ready? All right, seriously, we're going to get started now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through some of the stuff that's on the handout here. What do we got? The process. All right, so let's jump into process. All right. This lines up basically with what we've been talking about here: value proposition, target market, marketing collateral. Those are the 3 things we're going to talk about. We're not talking about market execution. That's not in this document. I don't have time to go through all of this because I don't have much time, and I'd rather get into actual implementation of how to actually do these things. But basically what I have on here is a process for value proposition. You're answering these questions. These are the steps I go through. When I do value proposition, I literally take this entire board to go through and do it. I just go crazy, brainstorm. I give you the steps here on how to do that. For target markets, again, it's a very similar thing. Here's the process on how I go and create the target markets. Let me show you what it looks like, because I keep saying that. Where are you? Value proposition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an example client that we had, which is called Flink. What they started with was sports matchmaking app. I want to play more tennis. That's what I started with. when I think of value proposition, besides that awesome finish, that's not me, by the way. I don't have that much gray hair. A value proposition in my mind is a story. It's your 30-second elevator pitch. You got to get this, and you got to nail it, and you got to love it, and it's got to address certain specific things. Qualify who the customer is. What is the pain? What is your solution? Why is your solution awesome? This is the pains and the gains. You guys did all these before. This is what it boils down to, and this is what I consider a value proposition. That process I just showed you creates these for you, and it does it very systematically, so you got a nice, clear, concise 30-second elevator pitch. Again, one word change in this has ramifications further down the line, and it gets worse and worse as you make changes, so make sure you nail this right. Okay? Value proposition done. See how easy that was? Go-to-market strategy. We're basically trying to find people who will be receptive. So user profiles. Part of that value proposition process is to find attributes that describe the customers. On the gray boxes are just those attribute groups. So it's like age groups, it's skill level, it's opinion of exercise. And then on the left, what I do is a simple formula to kind of define who that person is. All right. The single most important thing I can tell you about customer profiles is what I would call levers, multipliers, multiplier effects. Has anybody heard of the network effect? Anybody know what that is? What is that? If I get one person to sign up, they tell 10 other people about my product. And so if it costs me $5 to get that first customer, and it costs me $0 to get those 10 other customers, my customer acquisition cost is less than 50 cents. That's good. You can grow that way. That's virality. You cannot manufacture virality. If you can, you should not be sitting here. You should move to California immediately because people will pay you a lot of money. But you can find levers and multipliers. And that's what you should be looking for when you think about customers. So in my example, this is basically taking a consumer who wants to play tennis and finding another consumer who wants to play tennis. First, consumer apps are hard. They're hard because they're expensive. You have to have a lot of volume, and customers don't like to pay money. Second, this is hard because it's a marketplace. So I have to have matches. I have to find one tennis player, another tennis player, and match them. So it's a two-sided marketplace, hard. It's consumer, it's exponentially hard. You don't want to go to a tennis court and find people who are willing to play tennis. You're going to spend a lot of money and it's not going to work. Find levers. An example of a lever in this situation is, let's think about people who want to play sports. So part of the value proposition was, are we really talking about tennis or are we really talking about playing more sports? What we came out of the value proposition was, we're really talking about playing more sports. Okay, where are people that like to play sports? How about at a company, right? So if you look at companies that have more than 10,000 employees, they have a lot of people there who probably should be playing sports, probably don't like to play sports, and this app could potentially help them. So what's the lever? I could go and try and contact all 10,000 people at an employee, or I could go to the director of HR and say, hey, I got this health and wellness app called Splink. Why don't you pay me money for it, and you get to meet up some of your objectives on your health and wellness budget, right? So I just completely shifted how I'm going to market, where instead of trying to get tennis players one at a time, I just got a pool of 10,000 people all in the same geography, because this is an actual matchmaking, so they have to be physically located close together, and they're going to pay me money for it. This is an example of a lever that you guys need to be thinking about. Another example, that's in the process. So I'm just trying to give you a high level of what this stuff looks like. Go through the process identifies the levers, but it's not rocket science. It's just thinking about things in this way, finding concentrations of people, finding how you get access to it. Another example is a college student, right? So if you go to a college campus, there's a lot of people there who are looking for something to do, who would probably play sports. I'm not going to go to the university and try and sign up people at an individual level. I'm going to go to the director of HR. They're going to say, this is awesome. I get to keep people on campus, keep them active, create social engagements. I'll pay you money for this. So I get however many people there are at the school as customers on day one, and I get paid. You see the recurring theme? Customers, revenue. Remember what Larry was talking about? It's not apps, customers and revenue. One of the other pieces is I'm looking at target market size and potential market size. So in this case, what I said is, I wonder how many in this case, the client was in Texas, so I was like, how many schools are there in Texas that have more than 15,000 students? Turns out there's 12 colleges. That's a lot of people. How many are there across the country? There's 181 colleges. That's a big market. If I could extract $1,000 or $5,000 a month out of a percentage of those, that gives me what that market cap is. The other one actually is a better example. Scrolling up here, of the employees. So 10,000 employees. In Dallas-Fort Worth alone, there's like 196. That's a huge market that you can go after initially, very close at home. Nationwide, there's 11,000. This is what you should think about when you're thinking about going to market, customer profiles, customer acquisition. These are the things you should be thinking about. The other piece here is calls to action. We mentioned that just quickly. If I'm going after tennis players, maybe I want them to sign up for a beta. But if I'm going after the director of HR, I don't want them to sign up for beta. I want to have a conversation with them. So the call to action is going to be different depending on who I'm going after. Usually for these kind of levers, you're trying to schedule a call because you want to have a conversation, because they're not buying Splink, they're going to buy me, or they're going to buy the customer, whoever the salesperson is going in. So most of the time for these kind of lever type situations, you're trying to do a meeting as your call to action. Was that fast enough for you? So boom, boom. All right, knock those two out. What's next on the list here? Rock and roll. Again, all of this is documented in the process document that's included in your handout. All right. Who thinks I can build a brand in 5 minutes? Really? I don't know if I can do it. I'm going to try. Okay. Yeah. So brands are very foo-foo-y. They're very esoteric. Everybody has an opinion. Don't spend much time on your brand. It shouldn't take you more than 30 minutes to come up with a brand. Pick something, go with it. It's not going to be the end of the world. You're going to change it. Just make that assumption and keep moving. You can use a lot of these kind of like emotional color guides to tell you, okay, right, so if I'm green, then that means I'm peaceful, but if I'm red, then I'm more exciting. Okay, what are the adjectives you want to use? Pick one of those colors and go with it, right? All right, so I'm going to create a brand. Let me. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Yeah, it's utilitarian. That's it. Okay. All right. There's also color theory here. All right, ready? Here we go. I'm going to build a brand. So I use this tool called Coolers. It's based on color theory. Color theory is not quite as voodoo. It is science. What Coolers does, and I'm going to pronounce it Coolers, I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce it, is it takes all these different types of color theory, which is how you arrange colors that either are complementary or contrasting, and it looks visually appealing. The way that this works, after I close the cookie policy, yep. So what it does is it generates color palettes for you. Color palettes are usually 5 colors. You want 2 vibrant colors and kind of 3 complementary colors. It generates a bunch of different color palettes based on how I hit the space bar. So if I hit it good, it gives me a good one. And if I hit the space bar bad, it gives me a bad one, right? So basically, all of these color palettes are completely usable. Great, I love this one. One additional step that you can do with Coolers is you can say, I love this purple, but I don't really like the other one. So I'm going to click this, it locks it. When I hit space, it changes all the other ones. But it's still using color theory to generate those additional ones. So usually, they're going to be relatively complementary. Not always, but sometimes. So in this case, if I lock 2, let's say I lock all 3 of these. Now it gets a little strange because it doesn't have as many colors to go by. So sometimes you end up with kind of funky color schemes here. So pick 1, maybe 2 colors you like. I like orange, I like blue, I like green. Pick one of those and then kind of just trust it that the other colors are reasonable. All right, so here's my color palette. I got that done in 30 seconds, right? Next, the kind of brands and the kind of brands that you want to use is just a straight typography to start with. All right, boom, flipping typical. I love the name. This is what you want to start with, is just a color and some basic typography. That's all you need. You don't need anything more. So what this page does is it allows you to type in whatever your name is. Who's got a good name? What do we got? Project Done. Project Done, all right. So I'm going to do all lowercase to start with. Look, Project Done. Again, this is very foo-foo. Everybody has a different opinion. A lot of it looks the same. When you go through the process, you're kind of going to think about adjectives. So maybe you want to go with hard and fast, or kind of what you're thinking, or easy and fast. How do you translate those adjectives to font? Who knows? It's all subjective. Just pick one that you think kind of feels right. Okay? So you cruise down here, you're like, oh, Project Done, Courier. I love Courier. That's it, right? Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's go to Photoshop.
Photoshop to do that?
Yes. That app, no. I mean, I guess there's other tools you could use. I use Photoshop. I use Adobe tools, so Photoshop and After Effects is what I'm going to show you here. There's probably other ones that you can use. Go for it. Yeah. And then if you can bribe a student, I think it's only, yeah, it's only like 29. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to create a new palette here, and we're going to do 400 by 200. I'm going to go and I'm going to grab some colors from coolers. You guys are purple today.
What's happening?
And then we're going to go. Boom, boom.
For example, when you see 500 shades of red, then you see about 50. So if you're doing a brand that's red-based, seeing up 50. So all my nuances, yeah.
Really? Yeah. I like some of the books. Yeah.
All right, what was the font? Career? I don't know if I actually have it here. I do. Boom. There we go. Look at that. Done. You laugh. You laugh and then go spend $5,000 with Mega. It's going to look a lot better. I can't argue that, but is it going to get you more customers? How many times have you looked at an app, you're like, this is the best app, it solves the problem, I love it, I would totally pay $1 million for it, but the colors are just ugly and I refuse to do it. Nobody has ever said that. Understand what you're trying to achieve here. You're not trying to achieve perfection, just good enough. All right, now we're going to create an app icon, right? Because we need an app icon. This is super hard. We're going to crop. We're going to do square, which is 1:1, and we're going to do it like this. Let's get this, get that, and oh, it's going to take a while. There's my app icon. Awesome. There we go. We're rocking and rolling. All right. See, everybody has an opinion. So, again, this goes back to, I could go and I could pay somebody and spend a lot of time and a lot of money doing this, or I could just do this and play with this for 30 minutes and find something that, obviously, this isn't necessarily attractive, and you could play with it a little bit and find something that works a little bit better. I'm being a little bit facetious and saying this is usable, but it doesn't take a lot of effort to get something. That's the point. Got it? All right. Kill it. Sorry, project done. I'm not saving you. All right. We got branding. Low fidelity wireframe. So the tool that we like to use is Just in Mind. There's 50 different wireframing prototyping tools that are out there. Just in Mind is what I use. Did they connect? Yeah. So I got to change it up a little bit. I mean, come on. All right. So Just in Mind is just one of many. We use Just in Mind. Sometimes we use Envision app, which I'll show you in a minute for the high fidelity stuff. This is low fidelity. Low fidelity is really just screens, actions, and assumptions. I'm basically just figuring out how many screens I have, what are the core actions on here. Actions basically dictate real estate. This is what you want to think about when you start designing screens, is what is the one thing I want somebody to do on this screen? You can't do more than 3 things on a mobile app. Don't try and do it because the user experience gets too cluttered. This is what you're trying to figure out. How many screens does it take to create that core functionality that I'm trying to do? In this case, login is more important than sign up. I'm showing you that. Is it actually going to look like this when it's done? Probably not. But it's just kind of giving you a representation. I'm going to have a list of accounts. I'm going to have a login. This is a side menu. A list of campaigns. Okay, great. I'm going to record a video. I record the video. I'm going to have a preview, a campaign, a message, and some social stuff at the end. There's some progress bars that upload it, and then I'm done. This took me 30 minutes to do. This is all it takes, right? It used to be that you'd say, okay, I'm going to take this and show this to a client. I'm going to take this to customers. Don't do that. It used to be this was the only kind of tool, and it'd take you a while to get to this. If you show this to a potential customer, it's not enough for them to wrap their heads around. It's not enough anymore. You got to go high fidelity. High fidelity actually looks like it's a real potential app. even though it's not. It's built basically the same way, but it is night and day in terms of the feedback you get, low fidelity versus high fidelity. All right, low fidelity, done. You guys can check out Justin Mind. Awesome. Okay, high fidelity. So I'm jumping back to Splink here. All right, so this is, let's see, I'll jump in. Actually, I probably broke this on my last release. But I'll see if I can, but I'll show you how to fix it. All right, so this app here is called Splink. This app is called Envision app. What these are just PSDs that are uploaded to the site. And it is real smart if you do the PSDs the right way and it chops them up into the different screens. So in this case, I can, let me see what the hotspots are. So this little button down here allows me to create hotspots. I can create hotspots. So basically it's just, if I click on this area, I want something to happen. So in this case, I have a hotspot defined on their icon. It's going to move to the phone splash page, and it's going to do a slide left. You ready how awesome this is going to be? Are you ready? Are you feeling it? Boom! Awesome. There you go. Great. I had a timer that goes to the next screen. But the look and feel felt like a real app. It moved the right way. It literally took me 2 seconds to create a heat map there. This creates that illusion of a real app. This is a prototype. This is high fidelity stuff. It's done where it actually will allow you to do it on the phone as well, so it actually looks like it's on the phone. I can tap on my phone and move stuff around. It works the exact same way. That's why we use this tool. So in this case, what I'm doing is I'm basically saying, okay, I'm looking for a match, blah, blah, blah. And I click post. Wow, a little pop-up came up, said game on. All these are just different screens inside of Photoshop, but they look like it's a real app. High fidelity prototypes. Let me show you some of the details because I know there's a lot in here. So first, I'm not a graphics guy. That looked relatively reasonable. Like that was kind of styled. It had some panache. I take no credit for that because I use Graphic River. Graphic River is one of the Envato sites, and you will hear that term a lot. Envato basically is a bunch of digital assets that you can use to make yourself look a lot better than you really are when it comes to design. In this case, what I did is I said, I'm on Graphic River, which is one of multiple here. I'm looking at user interface elements, web elements, user interface elements, and have the tag app. There are 430 of them to choose from. There's plenty here. Pick one. So I'm going to look at this one. Let's just see. This, by the way, is $6. You're paying $6 for this level of detail. It's phenomenal. All of these are basically just PSDs, layers inside of a PSD file or multiple PSD files. That looks great. This is all the building block stuff you need. All I need to be able to use this is very basic Photoshop skills. It's not that complicated. Let's take a look at what one would look like. Mockups. We'll do V4 on Splink. Yeah, all right. Photoshop. Everybody use Photoshop to some extent? No? I'll show you the easy way to learn how to do it here in just a second. All right, so this was basically all of these assets in here came from the PSD, the template that I bought. All I'm doing is just rearranging them, changing text, moving things around a little bit. I use this kind of naming convention here called so I use a plus for the pages and I use an ampersand for the different screens. And what Envision app does is it takes those and splices those out into those different screens. So this one PSD, when I upload it, actually creates 3 different screens for me. Again, it's not rocket science once you figure it out. It works really well. So in this case, what I can do is I can say, this is the screen for single match. I don't know if you can read it, but that's single match. And then this is the screen if there's multiple matches identified, right? Not rocket science. It's just naming of layers. Not super complicated. All right. So far, so good. Everybody following along? Anybody sleeping yet? So we went through branding, low fidelity, high fidelity mock-up. Okay, now comes a little bit more of a challenge. So if you think that was easy, the next one might not be so easy. The next one is product explainers. I have to give a shout out to Project Done for the inspiration on the live action product explainer that I really wanted to do but couldn't afford to do because I wanted to do it myself. So
You love to play tennis? You wish there was an easier way to play more? Let me show you Splink, a sports matchmaking app that makes it super easy to play more tennis. you're ready to play, open Blink on your phone. Confirm the details of
I don't know how to adjust the volume.
availability, distance you're willing to travel, and when the request could expire. Then click Pose. It's that easy to pose the request to play. Blink uses your request to find a worthy opponent who matches your skill level, availability, and location. When a match is found, the potential opponent is notified there is an opportunity to play. The opponent reviews the details of your request, such as your skill rating, sportsmanship, and level of play. Blink finds the tennis court is most convenient. If the time and location works with the opponent, they click Accept to schedule the match. Awesome. Your tennis match is now scheduled. In just a few clicks, Blink helps you post a request, find a worthy opponent, and schedule the match. If you'd like to start playing more tennis, go to blinkapp.com. Blink. Play more.
There you go. That's my first ever product explainer video. If I don't say so myself, I think it looks pretty good, right? That looks relatively professional. Took me a couple days to do it because it was my first one. I've never used Adobe After Effects, which is a hard product to use. And I basically use Graphic River or Video Hive, and I can show you those pieces there. There's a lot of components that go into this. I'm going to show you what those components look like. Dude, that voice was super expensive. Super expensive. What do you need? Am I going too slow? Why you gotta be such a... Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, so what I can do is I can show you, okay, this is what I did based on a very limited budget, a limited amount of resources. Then I can show you Project Done, which is phenomenal. It's really, really well done, but it's also expensive, right? So that's the trade-off. What's the value of, well, if you got it, it was expensive. Yes. So if you have a favor calling in by a videographer that's from California that knows how to do this stuff, go for it. If you don't have that luxury, then this is kind of what I think is reasonable in terms of quality. But yes, we can watch Project. What's that? Yes. It's about, just to be honest, it's about $1,500 is what he quoted me to do the Project Done video. And I can show you guys that at the end. All right, so step one, I don't know anything about how to create explainer videos. So I went to this awesome place called Udemy. Who knows about Udemy? Awesome. If you want to learn any kind of like how to use different technologies or tools, you go to Udemy. I did a Adobe After Effects class here. I think it was like $7. Go find a coupon. There's 75% off coupons everywhere. It was $7, and I got a basic understanding of how to do Adobe After Effects. All right, what's next? Okay, so what I didn't know, and Nick kind of helped me with this, was the first thing you want to do when you're creating an explainer video is audio. More specifically, you want to create the background track first. That's not intuitive. It's in the process. The reason why you want to do that is you'll see. So you use this thing called Audio Jungle. You guys ever heard of Envato? Yeah, hey, let's go and get some audio tracks here. It was like $20 for an audio track. Again, this is very subjective. You're trying to feel for the right whatever, the right tempo. You can mouse over these if I click play. All right. So I'm going for Dirty Swamp. That's the feeling I'm going for. You guys with me? You ready?
I just want to tell everyone, we got our tracks for free though.
Yes. So there's other ways you can do it.
They have absolutely free music on
Yep. So there are free PSDs. So if you wanted to go and get a free PSD for your prototype, you can definitely do that. Do some Googles on that. Audio tracks, there are free audio tracks. There's probably free everything. So again, those $100, we're just assuming you're going to go here, you're going to find something that fits with what you're looking for. You're not going to spend more than $100 on each one of these. I think that's a completely reasonable spend for these. But yes, there are free resources available, free images. I'll show you those as well. So you create your audio track. Okay, so that's Audio Jungle. Blue microphone. This is the microphone that I use to record this voiceover. We have the more fancy one here. I use this Snowball one. It's $50. It makes night and day difference in terms of the quality of the audio that it records. It's worth $50 to do it. You'll spend more than $50 on your first voiceover, so just go ahead and get it or borrow ours. Or if you have a friend that has one, borrow that. That's what I used for it. Yes. I just went to the conference room over there. Again, perfection, good enough, rock and roll. You could probably use your iPhone and it would turn out okay, but I had the microphone there, so I went ahead and used it. So I spent a little bit more than I should have. I apologize. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay. There's a tool called Audacity. It's free. What it allows you to do is sync audio stuff together. I can't actually show it to you because I think it won't let me record stuff through here when this is playing, but I'll show you kind of what it looks like here. So basically at the bottom is the voiceover or the background music. So if I, let's see if this works. Nope. All right. Wait. I don't know why, but it's playing here, right? That's the background music. This is the track I bought for $15 or $25 off of Envato. Okay, first step. Next step, I'm going to go, and again, the process tells you how you actually do all this stuff, is jump over here, storyboard. So the next step is you got to create a storyboard. What you're basically going to do is you're going to create a narrative, which are each of the sentences there. I'm going to break the sentences up into the different slides that I'm doing, and then I want to kind of figure out the different visual that I want to put on each slide or each screen, and then what position in the app or functionality am I trying to show, and any other kind of text you might want to put on it. So this is what I did as a storyboard. Is it a true definition of a storyboard? Hell no. Did it work? Yes. Just use this. It's good enough, right? So what I did is I basically said, here's my storyboard. I got each of the sections of audio that I want to record. I went into the room. I played the music. I am the whitest person possible. I have no rhythm whatsoever, and so I'm trying to like feel the rhythm and kind of say it on tune, and not on tune, but in rhythm with how the music works. Again, I'm not very good at it, and it turned out okay. And what you'll end up seeing is that you can kind of see, if I zoom in, theoretically, don't make too much fun of me here, zoom out maybe a little bit, is you can see these kind of inflection points. I kind of line them up sort of with the way that the music plays. Now, if you're super awesome at this and you're professional, you can probably sync it up way better than I did. Like, you can see how the music maybe picks up at this point and picks up here, and you could sync it a lot better. I'm not that good. If you want to, go for it. It's not super difficult to do, I don't think. I just didn't think it was really worth it. So what I did was I basically took my narrative, recorded it, and then kind of synced it up here on top of the audio track, and then it turns into...
Do you love to play tennis? Do you wish there was an easier way to play more?
There you go, right? So now I just created a voiceover. Instead of paying $50 or $500 to create a voiceover, I just did it myself. Now, next time I do it, I might or might not pay somebody to do it, but at least I know how to do it. Voiceovers, I recommend doing them yourselves because they're really not that difficult. And what ends up happening is you might want to tweak something, and the voiceover dictates everything else. So if you have to wait for the voiceover to get re-recorded because you want to change a word in there, I was laughing because I say the word awesome, the client didn't like awesome, they want to change the word. All right, I got to go and record another voiceover. So being able to record the voiceovers definitely is a good skill to have, especially at this stage. Now, do I have a super awesome Sean Connery sexy voice? No. Is it good enough? Yes. Right? See the recurring theme? All right. Storyboard, done. What's next? Video Hive. What I did is I went to Video Hive. This was the song. This is... Is there a way to turn the volume down easy? Oh, all right. So do you guys see some of the common elements there in mine versus that? I basically took this, went in and said, okay, what are the different elements I want to use and not use? Put those into Adobe After Effects, synced up the audio soundtrack to it, and created kind of the base composition of how my thing was going to work. And then I took the storyboard text and made all those changes to it. So it's a little hard to see it because this is a relatively small screen. If you're using Adobe After Effects, the bigger the screen you have, the better. The faster the computer you have, the better. Again, it's a fairly complex. Let me see if I can jump into it this way. It wouldn't let me turn it down. It's weird. I'm sorry. Tech support. So again, from my perspective, Adobe After Effects was the hardest part of the learning curve here. It might be easy for you, might not be difficult for you, but it's one of those things where it's worth figuring out how to use it. It's not rocket science, and you have a lot more control and flexibility going forward. Again, if I need to make a tweak and I outsource this, I got to wait how long it takes for them to get back to me. Maybe that takes a day, maybe it takes a week. Why am I sitting around waiting a week for this when I could go in, if I knew how to do it myself, and make that change in 20 or 30 minutes? All right, so, yes, blah, whatever. So all these different elements in the top left up here, all the different compositions that came out of this editable placeholders, these are all the different pieces that came in that theme that I bought, right? So, awesome, great. So I basically just took these, copied and pasted them, put my text, put a different background behind it, and voila, I created a relatively reasonable product explainer video. I know I'm kind of chintzy on that one, but there's a lot to it. If you guys need more, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else here. Okay, so I can't really show you too much more because I'm not that good at it, and it's kind of hard to do on a small screen. But I'll keep kind of show you some of the other resources here. So Dollar Photo Club. Again, you can get free photos if you want to. I use Dollar Photo Club. It's basically like you pay $10 a month, you get 10 credits. Each photo is $1. So if I said, hey, you know what I really want is I want a tennis player. Again, not super high quality. It's not going to be the same as a $50 or $500 picture. Most of them are pretty goofy and cheesy, but that looks good enough for what I'm trying to do, right? Boom, $1, done, awesome. What else? Adobe After Effects, okay. So you saw how I recorded the app actually in the promo video. I had the functionality of the app. I'm going to show you how I do that. I basically use ScreenFlow to record it, and Reflector is a way to basically take my screen and put it onto a Mac. I can't do the ScreenFlow, but it's basically just screen recording. It's free, but I'll show you what Reflector looks like. Right. Assuming it works, which hopefully it does. There we go, there's my phone. You like that? Isn't that awesome? So this is Envision app right here. I'm opening it up. You can see that this was one of the screens. I'm clicking on the Splink logo. Oh, look, it's animated, and then it popped, and then there you go. I'm reviewing my request. I click post. Awesome, game on. All I had to do is screen record, and then you just got the footage that you need for your clip. Again, use the right tool. It makes it really easy to capture this kind of stuff. There's other ways you can do this. You can use like QuickTime. I couldn't get it to work. I knew how to get this to work, so I got this to work. All right. That's how we do the screen recording. Fiverr. Who here does not know about Fiverr? Does anybody not know about Fiverr? Yeah. So real quickly, Fiverr, things that people are willing to do for $5. My favorite is to, of course, go immediately to, okay, you guys all know what it is, but the most fun is you go straight over to more and then funny and bizarre. Like there's the weirdest stuff on here. I love it. It's like this guy here. I will make you a creepy Christmas video message. Who's not going to pay $5 for that? There's actually a lot of value in here. If you're doing Adobe After Effects, if you're doing voiceovers, if you're doing Photoshop, if you're doing HTML, all of these technical things that you should be able to do can also be done here for probably the cheapest I've found. The way that I generally use Fiverr is if I'm going to do voiceover, I find 5 people that I think have reasonable voiceover demos. I buy the same exact one from all 5 of them, and the one that delivers the best product is the one that I use going forward. So I'm going to give them a very small, what it'll basically be is like 30 seconds for $5. Okay, I'm going to give the same thing to 5 different people, spend $25, find the person that I want, and then that's the person I send all my business to. That's generally how I would recommend using Fiverr, because there's across the gamut in terms of quality. The one thing that kind of, like we try doing icons here, right? So like I want to do a little icon image. You can sometimes get success with Fiverr, but usually not. But it's a good resource to know about. It's not that expensive. Quick and dirty. YouTube. So host a video on YouTube. Enough said. It's free. Landing page. So this is where all of this stuff boils together. Like it all culminates into a landing page. This is really all these pieces all fit together to this thing. This is what I want to communicate to a potential customer. And what I'm doing here is I'm able to communicate this in a way where it qualifies them by defining what the problem is. I define what the solution is there, right? So does this solution resonate, yes or no? And then I basically do it where, do you like to read or do you like to watch videos? If you like to read, read. If you like to watch videos, you can watch the explainer video. And then very specifically, very bold, is I create the call to action there. Call to action is most important. Again, it depends on who am I sending this to, what's the point of it. Call to action. So let me show you how this is created. Again, this is relatively easy for me because I do this all the time, but it's not that difficult to do either, and it's worth knowing how to do it. So what I did to create this one, I'll show you the tools that I use. There's this variant builder by Pivot. It's on ThemeForest. Here's an example. This is the one that's actually on our website, so you can actually use it. And I'll show you how to create your project done landing page in 30 seconds. Ready? Here we go. We're going to create a new page. We're going to put a multi-layer slider. Awesome. And then I'm going to put a 3-step in there. Awesome. And then I'm going to put, if I can find it, it's taking too long. Where's the call to action? I'm trying to find the call to action here. There you go. Sign up for my thing. All right. Sweet. So what I basically have here is I just created a Bootstrap template that gives me these 3 sections. This is all you need. It's not super complicated. I'm going to change this text. What do? I double click and say, hello, I am Travis. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Where'd it go? See? It's a slider, so it moves around. It fooled me the first time. So I can do that. If I want to change the background, right click, edit layer image 1, edit layer 2, edit background. It's point and click. This is WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. It's good enough. You don't need to know anything about HTML to get this far. Now you export it. I come up here. You have to save it first, then you can click export. I export the HTML. It's not that difficult. I'm using Dollar Photo Club to find my photos. If I want to put a video behind it, I go to Video Hive and I find a video of somebody playing tennis and I put it on the background if I want to do one of those video ones. That's how I built this. ThemeForest. Okay, WebStorm. WebStorm. Cross-platform. I think it's like $30 or something. I think my license expired. Yes, it did. You take the HTML out of there. You put the HTML into here. Relatively straightforward. This will allow you to tweak the HTML a little bit. Again, this is technical stuff. It's not rocket science. Figure it out. If you're building a technology platform today, you should understand very basic HTML, CSS. You need to. You'll do yourself a favor. This is the super secret here. This is the Slink. And so I can go and I can make changes here. And then I can click this button here, and it automatically opens up. This is local on my machine, and it shows me basically the same thing. So I can test it, make sure everything looks good, tweak it a little bit if I can't do it necessarily inside a variant. This is really easy, pretty straightforward stuff here. What else? Zapier. Anybody know about Zapier? Okay. Zapier is like glue to tie different services together. So if I wanted to do a simple beta list, if I want somebody to sign up for my MailChimp campaign, I would probably use Zapier. And what Zapier does is allow you to capture, in this case, what I'm using it for is I'm capturing the input from those 3 fields. I send it to Zapier, and then Zapier sends it to my MailChimp campaign for me. It's basically glue. It's not super difficult to use. Yeah, again, everything I'm showing you here is either, except for Adobe, and that even really isn't that expensive, this is not very expensive stuff. So what Zap does is like I can create all these different types of zaps, what they call it. So just if I can find some, right? So if I wanted to upload a document to Google Drive, I'm just trying to find a zap. So in this case, this is add a Google Drive file to SkyDrive. This is add a new attachment to Google Drive. Create an Evernote note from Google Drive file. Basically, it's just an input and an output. It's really easy to use. It's drag and drop. It integrates very well with what you're trying to do for the calls to action. So a typical call to action, if I'm going to schedule a meeting, is I have the input that goes into Zapier. I'm going to add them to my MailChimp mailing list. I'm going to send them an email, hey, thanks for scheduling a meeting, and I want to put the meeting invite onto my Google Calendar. That's what Zapier allows you to do. And it's just click and drag and drop, relatively straightforward, no programming required. It's very easy to use, and I would highly recommend it. For the mail delivery, let me see. So MailChimp is like email list. Mandrill is for transactional. So if I want to send you an email individually, that's called transactional email. Use Mandrill. And then last is Amazon S3. So where do you take this HTML, CSS, JavaScript that you just exported, you created a Zap around it. You got to put it somewhere. The place where you should be putting it is Amazon S3. Amazon let me see, aws.amazon. Again, they give you a bunch of free stuff, I believe. It's 750 credits or something like that. So again, none of this is expensive. To show you real quick what it looks like, here's Splink app. All that I did was upload these files. I click actions, upload. Real complicated stuff here. I select the file. Super secret. I upload the files. The only thing you have to change here is you click this one drop down and button, static website hosting, and I select enable website hosting, and then I enter whatever that index.html. In this case, I want it to be secret, so it's not easily publicly accessible, so I call it supersecret.html. I enter that in there, and then automatically Amazon is hosting my website for me. Now it hosts it using this kind of ugly URL here. So if I go to supersecret.html, there it is. Now you can go in and use another piece of Amazon called Route 53 that allows you to basically map splinkapp.com to this specific place. A little bit more technical. Again, it's not that hard. A real simple Google search should allow you to figure out how to do that. And there actually were instructions on the S3 app there. What else? So, I don't know if I'm doing good or bad on time. Am I doing okay? Did I? Perfect. Awesome. So I was trying to cram as much as I possibly could in here, but basically what we just did is we created branding, we created prototypes, high fidelity, low fidelity, we created the product explainer video, and we created a landing page and tied it all together. This is what you need to do customer discovery. This is it. Now go out there and talk to customers. Do I need a product? No. Can I communicate my idea really well with this? Yes. Can I figure out some kind of conversion, whatever that means? I can do that with this. And again, be smart about what the conversions are, who you're going to market this to, and this is really all you need to get the validation. So loop it back into the Larry Sledge conversation. If you went to Larry and was like, hey, I got this awesome app. It is super sexy. Download it from the App Store right now. His first question is going to be, how many users do you have? How many customers do you have? 0. Conversely, Larry, all I did was create this landing page and just like basically got people to donate $1 if they thought this was a good idea. What's his question going to be? How many users do you have? How many customers do you have? Oh, well, I got 10,000 people to donate $1 to this because they really want it. Which one of those do you think are going to be more interesting to him? Again, the product is not really relevant. As hard as that is to digest, at this point, really what you're trying to do is just define enough of the product to communicate it to somebody to get their buy-in. That's what you're trying to do with customer discovery. Lastly, reading list here. So these are just different books that are probably worthwhile reading. Again, I am not really that smart. All I did was read other people's smart stuff and kind of assimilating it together into what kind of works for me. You might find there's a piece of this process that does or doesn't work good for you. Change it. Great. Figure it out. It's not rocket science. This isn't really hard. And there's a lot of smart people giving this information out for free or cheap. Last 2 things, if you don't remember anything else and you think I'm completely full of shit, watch Des Trainer's video. The guy, it's a 59-minute video. It is worth every second. The guy is amazing. He will dissect your startup and put it into its proper little place about how you go and move to the next level in a way that, I think he forgot more about product development than I'll ever learn. So he's a huge resource. And then there's these guys called Google Ventures. Maybe you've heard of them, maybe not. They go through a case study with Gimlet Media, going through the same process. Again, they're going into super, they spend 5 days doing the whiteboard stuff, very intensive, awesome. Google Ventures, I can't argue with that. I'm looking at quick and dirty, and I want to get this done, and I want to get it done today. That's kind of what we're looking at. So I'm taking this really high-level, complex process and trying to boil it down, both for ourselves internally and also for you guys, into a really quick and dirty process to get it out the door. Wait, hold on, I got to wrap up with my little slides here. My little, hold on, ready? Here we go. You can do it. All right. So the encore is the project on video. Anybody have any questions while I am bringing up? Is it on your website? How do you do it? All right. Yes. Ooh. Who has questions? Did I melt your brains? Are you guys just like, I give up? Exploding? Success. Did it. All right. Is there a different thing I should use? You sure? I know I saw it. I did a search like that. All right, there we go. Yay, intertubes. Sorry, we lose. Tampa, startup. Why is this funny? Just giving me that ominous laugh. Yeah, like it's, well, at least it died at the right time, right? Can't argue with that. All right. YouTube, project done.
Thank you, Travis. Like I said, Travis is with Dabble Lab. Dabble Lab is right around the corner from me. They do keep their door open, but they're very busy dabbling. I'm sure they'd love to talk to you guys more, especially if you're working on stage and they get to know them a little better. So we made it through today, guys. Good job.